Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Fucking early stream today, innit? 12 o'clock. You know, if I'm not mistaken, I actually think this is the time I'm supposed to be live, so although I say I'm early, it's more so that this is the first time in like months that I'm not late to stream. You know what? That's a bit of a GG, isn't it? That's a bit of a GG. First one in today, none other than Luasoft. Welcome in, good to have you. Second place, we have Camarão. Bem-vindo para Como é que é meu. We also have Papa J-Dub in third place. Good to see you, man. Hope you've been well. Absolute legend. Jin, good to see ya. How you been, guys? Hope you had a good weekend. How you in the mist? We're doing quite well. Had a nice weekend here. I didn't do too much work, to be honest. I didn't even get the new updates up for the demo that I was supposed to, since we scrapped the battery system. I basically spent the majority of this weekend just playing through Little Nightmares 1 and 2 with Miss Chirpy. And you know what? Pretty fucking good experience, eh? I have to admit, it was the first time I had never played Little Nightmares before. I must admit that the first, at least the first two games, I saw that the third one does have like mixed reviews at the moment. I know it was made by a different studio, it wasn't the same developers. If I'm not mistaken, I think the publisher bought the IP, so I don't know about that one, but the first two, gotta admit, pretty fucking good games, you know? I have to say it. Very like cinematic, a lot of like highly cinematic moments, like, you know, it's a relatively, gameplay-wise, I would say it's a relatively typical, like, puzzle platformer. Like, nothing groundbreaking. It's good. This is not me, like, complaining. I'm just saying that, you know, it's a good puzzle platformer. But what really, like, stood out to me the most, I think, is the vast amount of, like, environmental storytelling, and as well as those, like, few in between really cinematic moments and stuff. And yeah, I must say I was actually really impressed. I probably enjoyed them more than I thought I did. I know they are like very well regarded games and all, but yeah, you know what, I'd recommend it. If you haven't played them, I highly recommend it. How you doing, Jin? Coming out, doing good. Have a deadline for my game now that will encourage me to work on it, which is nice. Let's go, man. Excited for ya. Yeah, deadlines are interesting. Like, obviously, deadlines add a bit more pressure, which, you know, it's both a positive and a negative, isn't it? Like, you know, with the demo release now, for example, like, I probably haven't been this stressed out in a long time. Like, the final push to get the demo out definitely got to me a little bit. Like, the day before the release, basically, I have mentioned this before, but the day before, I was up until like 5 AM working or something, just had a few things I felt like I need to get this fixed before the demo goes live. However, with that being said, it was probably one of my most productive times in a long time. Like, I did get a shit ton of stuff to do, or a shit ton of stuff done in the game in terms of like content and polishing and stuff as well, to be honest. I don't think personally, like now in hindsight, if I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm unsure if maybe it even would have been good for me to maybe push the demo a little bit further. I feel like if I would have had a few more weeks, it probably wouldn't have been bad, but it's hard to say, because at the same time, it's very possible, like logically just, that the game wouldn't have gotten as much traction if it wasn't released during the Halloween time, because obviously like more streamers, YouTubers and players in general are looking for horror games right now. So I think the time is still pretty good. In terms of like the push just to release it for the Horror Fest, I don't know if that was like objectively like super important. Like, I've definitely gotten traffic from the fest, but I think I don't think it's the majority. Like, we're definitely not ranking very high in the Horror Fest that's going on. I mean, technically it isn't, right? It ends today, I think. It might still be live, but I think this is the last day of the Screamfest on Steam. But yeah, with that being said, I'm still very happy with the Horrorfest. I didn't expect it to go as good as it did. Like, currently we are sitting at 62 reviews, all positive, which is pretty insane. Something I'm very proud of. Yeah, same time as when I first started watching you stream, yeah. Joy and welcome in, man. How you doing? Good morning. 12 already? It is indeed. I feel like deadlines work if you know exactly what to do and how to do it. Yeah, that might be a good shout. Yeah, because if you get a deadline, but you're still kind of in a... You know, maybe even in like brainstorming part of it, where you don't know exactly where you're going, that is probably not a great thing, because that might force you to make decisions that might not be the best for the game. Whereas, like, if it's more so just like getting the stuff you've planned done, at that point it probably works better. Not too bad, not too bad. Wife is sick a little, so just taking care of her and preparing for some pretty major changes in my life in the future, so just stressing. Ooh, interesting. Anything you wanna share, Jin, feel free to do so, and if not, that's completely fine. Hadouken, welcome in, man. Oh, the Mad Sherpy one released a demo. He did indeed. Go and check it out, guys. If anyone hasn't played the demo, make sure to do so. Leave a little review. You know, all that good stuff. Would appreciate it. There's this board games club I like going to, and everyone is really cool there. I talked to people there, and they let me take a laptop there with the game for people to playtest. So until the 16th, I have to get a playable version that doesn't suck ass. Nice, okay, that sounds very useful though, because then not only will you be able to get people trying the game, but I imagine that like you're gonna be there and actually see it. And something I have started to value a lot is like seeing people playtest the game. Like, one of the reasons why I'm so thankful to my playtesters who send me footage, as well as, you know, any YouTuber or streamer that plays the game, is that like just the act of being able to watch someone play it, see exactly what they do and how they interact with stuff, and like what comments they have and so on, is so fucking valuable. It's insane. It really is. Like, sometimes... I hate saying this a little bit, because I don't want it to sound like the direct feedback from players isn't important, but there's... Like, it cannot be understated how much you can learn from the small things people do while playing that they might not even think about. Like, they might not say it, but just the fact that in my game, like, which is a point-and-click game, a very simple thing for me is like, if I see the player clicking somewhere, like, if they click on something, they're not gonna give me feedback about that, like whether it worked or not. It's just like, oh, I tried clicking on this. But that's like one little data point for me, right? That like, if someone, like, if people try clicking on the toilet in the game, that tells me that people expect the toilet to be interactable. Therefore, it probably should be. Like, if everyone expects something to happen when you click on it, something probably should happen. And, you know, just like small things like that. Or vice versa. In the first game, in the Game Jam version, I had the issue of people trying to click on the cobwebs in the corners because they thought something might happen. And that's when I started getting the whole idea for the highlight system and like making interactable things stand out a bit more, so that you could understand what is more so considered like a small detail. And I think that worked very well, because in the current versions of the game, like now for the demo release, I don't think I've really seen anyone try to interact with cobwebs. Now, to be fair, it also helped the fact that we have introduced a couple more grey colors to the game, so I can make them a little bit darker. They don't stand out as clearly as they did before. But yeah, that was one of those things that, like, no one, while playing the Game Jam version, no one would ever think about telling me that, oh, I thought that I might be able to click on spiderweb, but nothing happened, maybe something should be tweaked. Just that's like, it's such a small thing, but for me, you know, obviously I'm a fairly, like, detail-oriented person, and, like, I care about those small things, and being able to get that, like, feedback that people might not even think about is still very important. And, like, watching people play the game is one of the best ways of doing it. I'm trying to organize myself in Milanotes, might migrate to Obsidian, looks really cool. I've been thinking about moving on to Obsidian as well. I use Notion at the moment. I think Notion is pretty good. It has a lot of nice features and so on, but there does seem to be a few things that I know are possible to do in Obsidian that you can't do, at least natively, in Notion. That's put me a little bit on... Like, I'm starting to lean towards maybe switching to Obsidian, mainly with the canvas stuff and like the flow charts, the flow maps, whatever you call them, like that kind of stuff, which I know you can do that in Notion, but in Notion that would be like third-party embeds, and you know, that means I still need to go to a separate website or application to set it up and then like import it, and like being able to do it natively in the application seems a little bit more convenient, you know. Reminds me of measure twice, cut once. Preparation and planning takes the longest. As soon as it's dealt with, the deadlines are a breeze. Yeah. I still use Notepad. I mean, whatever works, eh? I mean, I see a lot of game developers just doing like a massive to-do list in their IDE. And you know, if it works for you, it's definitely fine. I like being able to organize quite a lot, so I have in Notion I basically have everything related to the game. Like, I have my initial game design document, I have a little checklist before I build the game, I have all my update logs saved, specific like my task list for the game, but also specific task list for like the sound effects we want, any like random notes I start taking, the blueprints for the house, just random ideas, like being able to like structure it a bit like that. I mean, of course you could do that in just multiple notepads or whatever, but I find it quite useful. But in the end, like, whatever works for you. What is up, Red Rocker? How you doing, man? Good to see ya. And I always go there to play other people's games. It's gonna be cool to take my game. So when you go there to play other people's games, did you say it was more like a tabletop thing? Like, is it people making board games, usually? Board games club. So when you say that you play other people's games, would that be like their own board games? Out of curiosity. Like, are you kind of the one, you know, the initial one to bring a digital, actual like video game? Thank you, chap. Is still planning in prepping, but might share soon. Nothing game-wise, but that's also almost done. Finally fixed the darkness issue, because it was an asset-specific issue that only happened in runtime randomly. Oh, so asset creator fixed update, and I finally pushed a fix today. Oh, interesting. We might have time to actually play it a little bit today. It's possible. I have one thing. We might do a bit of work in the engine today, but the main thing that I need to do today is that it's fucking time, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna play the mailroom today. For anyone who doesn't know, Jotson, another streamer on Twitch, also released his demo for this Horrorfest, and I've been saying like every stream, like the past week, that we're gonna try and play the demo, and I keep fucking missing it. So today I have the demo installed and everything. Today we're gonna make time and actually play it. I'm very excited. The game looks really cool, so I do wanna give it a go. Yeah, that's why videos are so valuable. They really are, man. I made an app similar to disbanding tools, and someone left a negative review saying it was that at $5 it's not worth it, and Notepad is $20 more worth it. Damn. It would be cool if you collect data on heat maps of where people clicked in each scene. That would actually be quite useful, to be honest. The only thing is that I'm very hesitant to collecting data. Or rather, I suppose the thing is that if I would collect data, I would definitely want to have one of those like opt-in type of things, where I wouldn't just want to put it in the background type of thing. For anyone who hasn't like figured that out yet, I'm a very like... I care quite a lot about like cybersecurity, privacy, and that kind of stuff. If anyone didn't figure that out yet, so I would definitely not want to just like collect data from people in the background. I think the main issue though is that I have no fucking clue how to do it. Because I assume that has something to do. I would need to do something with network. I'm a complete scrub when it comes to network stuff. Like, once I started doing my, like, cybersecurity courses and stuff, I had a little moment when I got very into cybersecurity, like, around the same time I got into game development. So I did a few courses on it, just, like, online for fun. And as soon as I got to, like, the network chapters, I was like, fucking hell, it's so much more complex than I imagined. Jin...
Madbot Mad Chirpy is a bot, Madbot.
True. Jin with the 50 bits, thank you so much, legend. Appreciate ya. I'm on Obsidian at the moment, I really like it. Yeah, but I think it's very possible that I might switch in the future to Obsidian. It does seem really nice. So what do you use it for, Raka? Is it for like your content stuff? Like planning that stuff out? Or have you used it for a long time, like in general? Because I do a little bit of like personal stuff in Notion as well, but most of it is in regards to like content planning or game development. Side note, it really sucks also that the Pokemon cards I really want are like $200 each, with 2 of them at $700. Damn. What's TCG? Trading card game, right? So that would be a game similar to like Pokemon, I don't know, Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever. Like, I'm a Boomer, that's one I think of. There's probably newer ones, but it's all board games, okay. When there's high demand, there's scalpers, yeah. Does Steam collect any data that you can use as a developer? They do. One thing that I've actually gotten a lot of data from is achievements. Because achievements allow me to, without me having to manually collect any data, anyone can see how many have the achievements in the game, right? So this has been quite useful for me. Am I on the wrong game? No. Why can I not see this? %of players, that's not right. It's not supposed to say that. Wait for it to go to the store page, maybe. Can I see achievements? Steam achievements? Maybe, no. Do I need to update this or some shit? Why can I see my achievement stats? Okay, it's not, for some reason it doesn't update for me right now, but, I can basically see how many people got each achievement in the game, which gives me an indication of like how far majority of people get, which is quite convenient. Rematch, welcome in, and Zote, cheers man, hope you're doing well. So currently, from what I remember, I think I have 3 achievements at the moment. One which is to get into the house, basically solving the first puzzle thing in the game. Another like hidden one inside of the house, but you can get that one basically immediately as well. And then I have one for completing the demo. And from what I've seen so far, about 85% of players get into the house. So out of the people who start playing, 85% of them like solve the first puzzle and actually like properly get into the house and stuff. Basically get through the first couple of minutes, which I think is fairly good. I think that's a pretty good statistic. Of course if it was higher that would have been better, but I think 85 is pretty good, because there's always like, you can't aim for 100%. There's always gonna be people quitting out early, right? And in terms of finishing the entire demo, I think we are sitting at like 56%, which for a 30-minute demo, I also think is pretty good. I mean, it's even longer, like some people play an hour, 2 hours, even more. So having the majority of people actually reach the end in the game, I think is really good. One thing I regret is not having a achievement for solving the safe puzzle. Because the safe puzzle is definitely the like trickiest one in the game at the moment, or in the demo at least. And it would have been very interesting to get like exact numbers on Like, because what I imagine is that almost everyone, I would imagine that almost everyone who solved that puzzle did reach the end. So, but then I would have gotten a more exact number on how many people got stuck specifically because of that puzzle. Do you know what I mean? Well, not really, but at least a better understanding of it. Because now I can only guesstimate, like, I know that 15% quit before they get into the house. And what, another 30% quit before the end of the game. So I can only estimate that, of course there's gonna be people getting stuck or dropping out here and there. So I would assume that maybe like 15% of players get stuck and quit because of the safe puzzle. That would be like my my estimation. Still tweaking that one. I think I might actually make it. I don't know, it's so fucking tricky. Like, this is really what I realized is the issue with making a puzzle game. Like, managing difficulty on puzzles is so tricky because at the same time, when it is a little bit harder, the people who struggle a little bit but then get it, get a quite rewarding experience, right? Like, they get that like proper aha moment. But also as the developer, even if it's a minority, like watching the people who get proper stuck and like really don't know what to do, it does hurt me a little bit because it's like, you just, like, I want them to be able, like, although I want them to potentially struggle a little bit, I want them to get that like aha moment, and it's like, ah shit, like, but at the same time, I think it's fair to say that it is a puzzle game, and no matter what I do, there are gonna be moments where some people are going to get stuck, and I think that is something you just have to accept when you make a puzzle game. Do you know what I mean? It's a tricky balance for sure. Recently started using it for personal coding and content. I didn't like that Notion was online only. Okay, yeah, that's a fair point. The only thing that seems to be, the only disadvantage I've understood from Obsidian is that, at least without paying, you can only have it on one device, right? Like, to get it to sync between phone and PC, you would actually need to, like, subscribe or whatever, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the impression I've gotten, at least. Because that seems to be the only thing that I would say is a negative. Otherwise, it does seem to potentially be quite... I would probably say that it seems to be stronger than Notion in general. There you go, make an achievement for every pixel you can click, heat map hack. Genius. Yeah, that reminded me, I need to add achievements. You definitely should. It's fairly simple if you have like, especially if you already have like some form of Steam Manager integrated, which I assume you do. I think you might even need that to have a game on Steam. I'm not entirely sure, but I think you might. But yeah, it's I found it fairly easy to sort out achievements, and I think they, you know, it's definitely one of those things where you get a lot of bang for your buck. Got alert today, no worries Zote, thank you for lurking. Firelina, welcome in, how you doing? Good to have ya. Safe Travels, name of the safe solving achievement. Yeah, I kinda wish, the only annoying thing is that, like, if I add it now, it's not gonna give me as good data because I've already had like hundreds of people play the game that didn't get the achievement, and it's not like they're gonna replay the demo because I added another achievement. I mean, some might potentially, but I think most people won't. So then the numbers are not gonna match up with the other ones anyway, but maybe at least for the full game, I think it might be good to implement an achievement for those like bigger puzzles. If anything, it's just an extra little reward for solving them. Yeah, I think so. To be fair though, like I said, I would imagine that very few people get stuck after finishing the safe puzzle. Like, I think my achievement for reaching the end is almost the same as completing the puzzle. Like, of course there's gonna be a handful of people who for some reason get stuck somewhere on that route, but like Like, you could theoretically reach the end, like, a minute after solving that puzzle, so I think... my assumption would be that most people who solve that puzzle do reach the end. Because I think that specific puzzle is, like, kind of the major divider, where, like, either people get really stuck or they get it. And some people fucking get it straight off the bat. Like, I was watching... There was a German streamer who played the game yesterday, I think. I randomly saw a clip from it, so I went to check the VOD and watch them play it. And they fucking... like, zero hesitation, you know? Just when they saw, like, the hint for it, I'm not gonna spoil it in case anyone hasn't played the demo yet, but when they saw that hint for that puzzle, they literally looked at it, like, instantly clocked what they needed to do, and first try solved it. Like, what most people do, and which I actually think is better, is when people get that, like, little red herring first, they go and do the wrong thing, and then they get the, like, ah moment, because that's what kind of makes a puzzle even more rewarding, I think. Like, it's ironic, but it's almost less rewarding when you clock it instantly. If that makes sense. Teabag, welcome in, man. Good to have ya. Yeah, definitely ready for the full game, I think so. Gonna leave a lurk and start working shops. Have a good stream, mate, and chat too. You as well, Kamarao. Thank you very much for lurking. I appreciate you, man. So, so what is the plan? Like I said, I think we're gonna do a little bit of work on the game, and then, like, midway through the stream or something, we are going to play the Mailroom by Jotson. I don't want to wait to the end, because I know... I'm not sure exactly how long the demo is. I think it is around 30 minutes, but I want to make sure that we can finish it, so... I'm gonna need to get out of here in about, like, what? In about 4.5 hours or something. Because I need to drive Miss Chirpy to the airport. So we are gonna have to end the stream a little bit earlier today, but... I think we're gonna do a bit of work here for an hour or two, and then basically jump into Jotson's demo. That's kind of the plan at the moment.
Jinx challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it! No Jewel, welcome in, man. Good to have ya. Playing your demo right now feels really nice. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. I do hope you enjoy it. Let's boot up a quick little marble race before we get to work, ladies and gentlemen. For anyone who doesn't know, this is a little side project we started a while ago, where you can basically race against the other viewers in a little marble simulation type thing. Jin, as the challenger, do you have a preferred map? Descent, let's do it. Should we go a bit crazy today? Let's do 10 default. No, let's not go to... I think 5, 10 is fine. We do 5 for normal viewers, we do 10 for subscribers. 15. Let's do 7, 15. Okay, compromises. Exclamation mark join if you want to have some marbles in the race. And as the new tradition is, we are also gonna run a little prediction here to see whether or not you think that the challenger, Jin, will win. So 2 minutes to gamble your channel points. You can start right about now. 20 for Teabag. DraftKings at home edition, exactly. Hi, howdy, welcome in, man, how you doing? Nymph, welcome in as well, good to see you, man. Mother Sheep, in the house, how you doing? How is Faith in Despair going? You are getting awfully close to your release, are you not? What, it's 9 days left? Let's fucking go. Okay, how are we doing? Holy shit, people are being a bit confident here. Not on the believer side, but we currently have 150 points on Jin winning, and we have 25,000 points against Jin. No, never mind, someone is a believer. 5,000 points versus 25,000 points. Indeed, yeah, releasing, what is it, 12th of November, right? Gotta mark the calendar, people. Very exciting. For anyone who doesn't know, Mothership is working on a deck builder game where you get to basically customize the cards yourself, add little tweaks or modifiers to him. Is really cool stuff. He also does the development live on Twitch. I've been enjoying hanging out on his stream a lot, so make sure to check him out if you haven't. I'm all in, I win this, we'll see about that one, we'll see about that one. It's definitely safer betting against the challenger, just odds, right? Like, generally speaking, it's a safer choice, but you never know, you never know. Brainard Games, welcome in, man. Are you releasing Replica soon? Nice, man, let's go. Dark Side of Yogurt, welcome in, good to have ya. Spectacular, how you doing, man? Ty vole. Na zdraví, ty vole. Hope you're doing well. Okay, is the voting over? It is indeed. Last chance to join the race. If you want some marbles, type !join in the chat. Otherwise, we're gonna be starting in about 10 seconds. Skål, let's go. Here we go. Into the Plinko section, we have actually Red Rucker doing pretty good, but does get bounced up, and we have Spectacular taking the lead here. Ooh, we have the double Rucker fairly close behind though. But, oh shit, they do make it all into the spinner, but we do have the gate, which might hold them up here for a bit. And we'll see how they do in the flipper. Spectacular, skipping the entire flipper section straight off the bat, going into the Arcanoid. But as you know, ladies and gentlemen, this is basically starting point 2.0. A lot of marbles are going to catch up here. Center seems to be the way to go. We have, ooh, Red Rucker close, but Dark Side of Yogurt got down first, but did get bounced up. Jin going straight through the entire Plinko section. First into the spin. The challenger might actually do it. It is basically guaranteed. Holy fucking shit, look at that. GG. As I said, it might be safer to bet against the challenger, but you never fucking know. You never know. It can happen. It can happen. Jin, the challenger, actually does win the marble race. G fucking G, man. We had Rematch in second place, Spectacular third, Nemf 4, Double Jin in 5 and 6, Luasoft 7, Red Rucker in 8, Mothership 9, and another Rucker in 10th. Let's see who the biggest struggler is so far. We have a few people still stuck in the flipper here. Teabag Bearcan seems to still be flipping around. Does he get out here now? Yes, he does. The Arcanoid section is cleared, so these guys are gonna fall pretty much straight through. You know, anything can happen. You know, the second winner is obviously the one in last place, so let's see how Teabag fares here. You know, he might go straight through the Plinko section. It has been seen before. Probably not. I think it is fairly decided. Everyone else is in the spinner section. I think Teabag will officially be the second winner, aka last place. GG, I bet on Jin. Let's go. Mothership, Jin, and Nemf making the money today. Holy shit. That is every marble in the goal. With that, we're gonna end the prediction. We had equal amount of gamblers, to be honest. We had 3 voters on the believer side, 3 on the non-believer side. But obviously and logically, the believers were more confident. So the 25.5 thousand points from the non-believer side will be split among the 3 believers. Because the vote was whether or not Jin will win, and that was the case, so hell yeah man was the complete choice. With that, we are going to end the prediction. Damn, again, the last chance of this jam, this is fake news. Nah, you didn't read the fine print, Raka. No guarantees that the challenger won't win. Glad I came after bets were close, I would have lost my points. Last place equals ban now? Maybe that's what we should do in the future. 3 times the points, GG. Finally made bet while I lost on the Five Nights at Freddy's streams. Okay, thanks for playing, guys. Let's get back to business. GG. That was exciting. It's always a little bit exciting when the challenger actually does make it. So, like I said, we're gonna play Jotson's demo later, but I think we're gonna start off doing a little bit of work. Don't really know what. I think one of the main things I still want to do is to sort out a collectible item. I'm not entirely sure what that item is. Just for anyone who doesn't know, what we ended up doing last stream is basically we had a really long discussion about the flashlight and the battery system. And what I think of the decision I think I have come to is that we are going to scrap the battery system. Because in my honest opinion, I think that the system itself is fairly shallow. It's fairly superficial. And the main purpose of it was kind of just to have more items to pick up around the house. But there were so many issues that came with having the battery system, such as the people just min-maxing the battery. That is really the biggest issue I found. Like, everyone ends up wanting to min-max the battery as much as possible, which means that they turn on the lights, they turn off the flashlight, and like, since you can now do the outside section basically without the flashlight on, a lot of people play the entire beginning of the game without using the flashlight, which means that the game is like almost pitch black. And on like streams and YouTube videos and stuff, it just doesn't look very good. And I also think it's a fair argument to say that it's very logical and it's a very human thing to want to min-max your battery life. But I don't think anyone does it out of enjoyment. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's actually fun to min-max battery. I think it's just one of those things that we do because it makes sense. And like I said, even though I think it's a little bit neat that you can like charge your flashlight, like it makes specifically at least the flashlight feels a little bit deeper when you have a battery system. But the main advantage I got from it, the thing I liked the most about it, was having items to pick up around the manor. But if that is the case, then we should probably just make a collectible item instead. Because if people always had this amount of light on, then I think the game is just gonna look better. I think potentially we could even make the radius a little bit smaller. I kinda like the amount of light here, but I don't know if maybe the radius should be... Because you can almost see the half of the room. At least on my brightness. Maybe we could make it slightly lower, or slightly smaller, the radius itself, but overall I think it's better to just scrap the system. But that means that if we scrap the system, we scrap the batteries, which means that like now, without the batteries, like almost everything is empty. Like it feels like every room you go into, there's like almost nothing to pick up, because this is where we used to put the batteries, right? So I feel like the main challenge right now is to come up with some good collectible items. Shady Games, welcome in, man, how you doing? I'd say it's even a source of stress instead of fun. I think that's fair to say. I think so as well. Now, there's always the argument you could make that maybe stress doesn't always have to be bad, maybe especially in a horror game. But overall, I don't think it made sense for this game, especially since, although it felt stressful, there actually were no stress to it. Like, in reality, there were no consequence other than having less light. Because I can't... We don't have to get into the entire thing, but basically, I don't think it makes that much sense to have a loose condition for running out of battery, because this is also a puzzle game, and that if we have a loose condition, that means that we basically put a timer on the entire game, and that feels a little bit odd for a puzzle game, where some people might need more time than others. So yeah, I think it feels stressful because people don't know what to expect. But then when they realize that the flashlight never runs out, and even when they might have like 8 batteries in the backpack, a lot of people still don't charge it because they wanna, you know, naturally, as humans do, you wanna save it for a better time. And that meant that a big portion of the players in this game was playing with the lowest amount of light. And if you compare this, you know, this is what the game looks like with a almost fully recharged flashlight. If I would go in, and we are going to tweak the battery percentage, we're gonna put this down to the minimum, which I think was, yeah, minimum percentage 0.15. We might have to wait for the flashlight to flicker here. This is how a lot of people played through the entire game. And this is very low lighting. You can almost not see anything, especially depending on the monitor you have. Like on my second monitor, which is fairly bright, I can see quite a lot, but like on my phone, this is pitch black. And it just doesn't look very engaging, especially on like YouTube videos and so on, which obviously, for anyone who doesn't know, that's like one of the best marketing opportunities you have as a indie game developer. And if I can't make the game look good for their streams or their YouTube videos, then it's not gonna do well. Partly, people are not gonna be as inclined to play it, and viewers are not gonna be as inclined to watch it, which, you know, obviously would be bad. Especially when you go to like the outside section, where we made it so that since you can see a little bit here, you can actually walk without a flashlight. And like I said, a lot of people played the entire start-in section like this. Since they knew that there was a battery system, they don't want to waste it, so if you can do this without using batteries, then I guess it's more logical to do it, right? So to be very clear, I'm not like complaining at players for doing it, because I logically, like their actions made sense, right? Like, if anything, I'm kind of the one incentivizing them to play this way. Just that I didn't see this happening. Like, I thought that people would be more inclined to charge the flashlight, especially with the low light. But I also think that the issue is that the light gets gradually smaller and smaller, right? So you never, like, clearly notice that it gets a lot worse. So people, like, continuously get a little bit more used to having less light. So at the end, when they had like 15% battery left, a lot of people had gotten used to it and just continued playing that way, even though they had the entire backpack filled up with batteries. And yeah, overall, I think it was a cool system. It gave me some consumable items to throw around, and it made it so that, I don't know, the flashlight and stuff felt a little bit deeper. But in all honesty, after like, you know, considering this for a very long time, I honestly think the best solution is to just scrap it. Yeah, a little bit feels bad, man, because of some sunken cost here, but that's that is what happens sometimes, isn't it? Wakacha, how you doing? There's a new game that is made for you, Rock Simulator. I think I've seen that one. Is that the one when you play as a rock? And I think you don't do anything, you just, like, you are a rock, you can look around. Is that the game? I agree with you, man. You made some super valid points not to have the battery system, yeah. Just, I think it's the whole thing about you have to look at what is the purpose of it? What am I actually trying to get out of it? There are some bonus points, like I said, with the whole, like, you could argue that it's like a cool interaction. It makes the flashlights feel a bit deeper. It could add some type of like realism, potentially some immersion. But the main advantage that I saw the main reason why I wanted to have it was to have batteries to pick up, because it gave me more items in the house. But I don't think wanting more items in the house is enough of a reason to make this entire other system inside of the game that's like partly superficial and also introduces a bunch of other issues. Like, if that's the case, it sounds like what I'm actually looking for is collectibles. Like, let's just make some collectible items. And that can be made in a few ways, right? Like, we can make collectible items as in for puzzles. So some ideas we had there might be stuff like, maybe there's like a empty painting frame somewhere in the house and you have to find like, you know, 7 pieces of the painting around the manor, and when you have all of them you can like put them in place and, you know, you'll get the image and now you'll be able to get some clue from it, which we can definitely do stuff like that. I also think that we could have like pure collectibles. I mean that in the sense of like a collectible that you collect for the sake of collecting, where the end result might be to get an achievement and to be able to say that you found all of them. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that would be fine too. Like, it doesn't have to be super deep. I think it's fine to have some of those like... we are going to have some of those where you have to collect a handful of things for a specific puzzle to be solved. But I think a collectible kind of for the sake of collecting is something that's fine. Because a lot of games do it, right? There might be like small rewards you get from it, but it's not gonna be like game changing or like something you have to do for the main progress of the story and so on. 100% ending would be a nice prize. Yeah, we should definitely do something where you get something extra, like at the very end, maybe just one of those like alternative end cutscenes. Maybe not even like changing the ending, it could also just be adding something on top of it. I actually, since I recently played through Little Nightmares, I'm fairly certain they did that in Little Nightmares 2. Where once you beat the game, you will get like the normal ending. But if you have collected all of the glitched thingies, which was some collectible in the game, then I think you got like a extra scene at the very end, like giving you a little bit more insight to the story and the lore and whatnot. So either that or a separate ending. I think having separate endings is good, but we'll see. It's nice to be able to have the tag multiple endings, I think, but I don't think it's like it's gonna make or break the game. We'll see. The more items you collect, the more jump scares you get. Yeah, I made a joke the other day about that, like maybe the more, since people are so happy to smash stuff with the hammer, maybe I should make the game harder the more things you smash with the hammer. No, not gonna do that, but it would have been kind of funny. People start going like, why is this getting so difficult? And it's like, yeah, because they are fucking pissed off at you now. Will there be a long road collectible? Little Nightmares 3 can kill 1 and 2 for me, no spoilers if you have not played it yet. Yeah, I played through the first and the second one this weekend. And I really like those, but I did see that the third one did have mixed reviews currently on Steam. And as far as I understand, I think the publisher bought the IP, so it's not even the same studio that made it, so I think that can be a pretty big factor. We'll say it's not impossible that I'm gonna try it, but I wouldn't go in with the same expectations as I did with the first one. Kinda wish that the second one was co-op. That one felt like it could have easily been a co-op game. Because that's the thing, I saw a little like bits and pieces from the third one, and I mistakenly thought that all Little Nightmare games were co-op games. That's why I thought like, oh, maybe me and Miss Chirpy should play this as a little Halloween special, you know? And but then I realized that the first two are actually full-on single player. But you know, we did the classic little pause the controller thing instead. Basically, Miss Chirpy did the puzzles and I did the scary parts. I think people are mad about the lore parts. Do you mean in Little Nightmares 3? Yeah, just I must say that the story and lore and stuff in Little Nightmares 1 and 2 is definitely quite good. Like, it's very much one of those games that intrigued me quite a lot, and like I couldn't help myself but starting to look up like lore videos afterwards, being like, I want to know a little bit more here, which I think is a very good indicator that they've done something right. Nujank, welcome in. How you doing, man? Kinda makes 1 and 2 not part of the real lore. Yeah, that feels a little bit iffy. Especially when it's then a different, like different developers who did it and stuff. And they basically, if it heavily affects the story and lore and stuff of the first 2 games, I could see that being a little bit iffy. Not too shabs, hope everyone is doing well today. Nice to hear you doing good, man. I'm doing good. Gonna do a little bit of work on the game here, or I hope so at least. We'll see what we get done, and then the plan is to play a bit of the mailroom. So the thing that would make... Oh yeah, you know I did as well. I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit silly here, but I thought this could be kind of fun. I made some art for a Christmas tree and a pumpkin. I realized that couldn't it be kind of fun, and I think this would be fairly simple, to make a few like decorations in the game that only appear if you play during a certain part of the year. So basically, like, if someone is playing the game or the demo during like Christmas, then maybe when you like walk into the TV room, there's a little Christmas tree in the corner. Like, I thought that could have been a nice little detail, so I think I'm gonna do something like that. Similarly, like if you play around Halloween, we're gonna randomly add a little pumpkin somewhere, like on the porch or something. I thought that could be fun. Definitely not a priority, but feels like a fun little thing to do. I've been playing a lot of Star Citizen and kinda addicted to it. And Surprise of the Year, Dispatch, writing in that game is amazing. I think I've seen a little bit from Dispatch. Do it, I dare you. I think it would be fun. It seems like one of those... You know, as I mentioned before, I'm very much a detailed kind of guy, and I think those small little details are nice. And I think it could be cool if someone ends up playing the game around Christmas and it just happens to have a Christmas tree in the corner. But then if you play it in like late January, then it's gone. I don't know if there's any other ones that we could do. Like Christmas and Halloween were the ones that like seem the most obvious. I mean, I guess Easter put a little egg somewhere, potentially. But to get the new build up, I would feel a little bit iffy about publishing the game as it is right now. Mainly since we have removed the batteries, which means that I don't think this is a like ginormous thing. I think a lot of people would be fine with this, but especially me comparing to when we did have the batteries, it does feel a little bit empty now. Like, it feels like there's too many times you look around in a room and there's nothing to find, because the batteries are gone. And that makes me think that I think kind of the priority right now is to sort out some type of collectible item. And we could do something for a puzzle. The only annoying thing is that I'm not gonna, at least not now, I'm not gonna add any more puzzles for you to actually do in the demo. So if we do something like that, it would be something you can only half finish. I'm kinda more inclined, because I like the whole collecting pieces of a photo and like putting that together to get some clue. I think that might be in the full game. But I'm kinda intrigued in maybe just having a random, like somewhat non-significant collectible item. And then maybe what we could do is add an achievement even for the demo to find them all, for like the people who really do look around. We can maybe try to hide one in like most rooms. Like almost every room has one little collectible hidden somewhere. Actual Easter eggs. Funny thing, I already have an Easter egg in the game. A literal. I don't think it's in the demo as of right now, but we did make one like months ago. Yeah, those eggs Jesus laid when he was resurrected? Exactly. I don't know, is there any other holiday? You know, let's not get too far into it. That is, like I said, it's not gonna be the priority. That's more like a fun little side thing. I think a collectible item would be the most important. I just don't know what. That's the issue. Because you also have to keep in mind that we have very limited pixel size here. Like, I think something along the size of a battery is pretty good. Because I don't want it, I wouldn't want it to be too big, right? But then the question is, like, how big is a battery? A battery is... Am I fucking blind? This is the collectible battery. It is yay big. And I don't know, like, what else could it... I don't even know... Any ideas for collectible items, let me know. Like, we could do... You could do, like, little coins laying around. Maybe not the most fun thing, but... Like, you're basically collecting change around the manor. Simic 1, welcome in. Post stamps, that is a pretty good shout as well. Because that can be fairly small too. Could be either just a... I guess a lot of the time they're gonna be lying down, so we probably wanna try and fake a bit of perspective, so... Maybe do it like that. Like basically it would be as if the real size was this, but then you know, fold it down or whatever for the perspective. Yeah, some good ideas. Let's see, what did we write here before? So these are puzzle ideas requiring collectible items. Those are different. Like, what we are looking for now is basically pure collectibles. And like, what can we have here? So I think coins is one. Coins / change. I mean, it would be coins. Post stamps is a very good shout as well. Like, these are the type of items I'm basically thinking of. Flashlight is bright by default, but what if the batteries turn it into a hint flashlight for a few seconds? Yeah, I have thought about that. Maybe doing either something along those lines or actually having you find like a separate flashlight that you can switch between. So maybe you can get like a UV flashlight or something later on. Definitely something I've thought about. I guess you could do, that's basically what they do in Outlast, isn't it? I think you can always use the camera in Outlast. But the batteries and the battery level is only used for like the night vision part of the flashlight. So, you know, that's not too bad of a shout, to be honest. Maybe it is only... the thing is, it still introduces potential soft locks, doesn't it? Like, if you need... Unless we put a infinite battery patch somewhere later on when you really need it. Because if you need to find a hint by using that mode, and someone is too slow or doesn't look in the right places, like theoretically they could drain all of the batteries and then potentially get soft locked. Because that was one of the issues about adding like actual consequences for the normal flashlight system, like it's very easy to either put a timer on the game or softlock the entire thing. So that is something you would have to find a way around. But I think potentially just doing somewhere there's a pack that will always give you a battery. I really don't know the lore of your game, so can't really say what items would fit. Often the collectible items would have to do with the lore. I don't necessarily agree here. Because I have collectible items that do connect to the law. Like, that would be stuff as, like... I mean, I guess you could argue that some of the documents, and I mean especially the photos, some photos might even give you clues and stuff later on, but those are kind of collectibles that give lore. Like right now, I am looking for easy, stackable... Like, I think that's the main thing. When I say pure collectibles, I think these should be stackable and potentially have no use. Like, that's what I mean by like a pure collectible. So something giving you lore, this kind of defeats the purpose, where now I have to make potentially custom text, localize it into 12 different languages for every item, or like with the photos, I need to do custom art for each one. Like, I basically want to have a stackable, simple object that you collect kind of for the sake of collecting, if that makes sense. Or something you can put on the flashlight, so lighting certain shapes, so it lights in certain shapes or something. Yeah. I guess you could have some like modify thing, like you put it like at the front of the flashlight. Yeah. A creepy collectible could be teeth, like an inscription. Don't fulfill a specific use, just makes it feel creepy in a way. Yeah. I would say that the only issue there is that might... I guess theoretically, that would be this. Like, if we're gonna go realistic size, this would be a tooth. Now, nothing says that, like, as long as we are lenient with, like, the hitbox, I think it could be fine. Now, to be fair, you could argue that this coin is a little bit big as well. Nonetheless, let's add it to the list. I think it could work. Because even if these are really hard to spot and stuff, like, they're not gonna be part of any main puzzle. So I don't think it really is an issue. Just out of curiosity, do I have my old teaser here? Or is that my new one? That looks like the new one. Oh, I don't mean literally telling the lore, something that has meaning in the game. Yeah, okay, that is fair, yeah. I definitely think it can have, like, it can have meaning, it can fit into the theme. Audio cassettes could be... the issue with audio cassettes, I think, is that I feel like they almost add a expectation that you will be able to play them, which we could do some little, you know, when you just play a random pitch for every letter and we just spell out what they say, but that would be one of those things that would probably be more so either specifically for a puzzle or like what you could consider like lore collectibles, which this might be stuff like, you know, photos, documents. I feel like audio cassettes kind of fall into this category, maybe more so than pure collectibles, because it feels like something that should have a direct use, if that makes sense. Coins to collect, and then you add a gambling machine in the garage, so you, so you got the addiction factor in. You know what? Good shout. And to be clear, I don't think it's the end of the world if you potentially have some use for this. Like, it could even be something simple like I thought here. Like, maybe if you get like a handful of gems, you can put them on some thingy that will like unlock, and that gives you a little bit of like optional lore or something. Like, having the collectible work in that way, I think is fine too. I also think it would be fine to have something that is like purely almost just for the sake of collecting. Like, maybe the major thing would be like getting the achievement to find all of them, you know. Easy, everything can be a hat. We should expand the hat system in the game. Kinda like Little Nightmares. You see how we went full circle here, back to Little Nightmares. I know in the second one you can collect hats. Have a whole, we start making an inventory system where you can switch between the different hats you find. Okay, coins, post stamps, teeth. I have a small collectible. We should do a little quick ChatGPT with these as an example. Because I've tried doing this before with ChatGPT, like just brainstorming ideas. I don't feel like I've gotten the best ones. Here. Like locks of hair, that feels a little bit odd. Like receipts feel maybe a bit too random. Like it almost feels better if it's a either like creepy item or like a more generic item. Playing cards could work. The only issue with playing cards is that you usually have a deck of 52, which kinda makes it seem like there should be 52 of them, and that is quite a lot. Wow, how many rooms do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 18. I have like 25 rooms or something in the game. That means I would have to put slightly more than 2 per room or something, which that feels like it might be a little bit too much. Because it feels like if you had playing cards, it just feels like there should be 52 of them. It feels odd to collect playing cards and then there's only like 15. Glass marbles and a jar / container for them, which unlocks something when all are collected. That is a good shout as well. That's a kind of along the line of like having some gems that you can put into something. Like marbles, some gems of sorts. Good shout, good shout. I do suppose those also, you know what? You could make those a little bit bigger and say that, like, if we do a marble, maybe rather than just doing a single pixel, we could do something like this. Because that would still be fairly small. Maybe we should open a test room here just to get a little bit more perspective. Because that is the thing, like, it just cannot be too big, right? Did I not paste that? But like something like that would be fine. Or if we did like a stamp. Should be something like that, or something like that. That should also be like if it would have been playing cards, but I don't know if I can do playing cards. Just having 1 pixel things. That is really tiny. I don't know if that's too much like pixel hunting. It feels like maybe we need at least 2 by 2 for it to be, to kind of feel fair. Or maybe at least 2 pixels. Just that still feels like it stands out somewhat. Like 1 pixel is very tiny. Creepy dolls could fit any horror game, that is true. I don't know, that seems like the thing that could be tricky because it might end up being too big instead. Because I think it's good if the collectibles are fairly small. Like how small could I make a doll? Because obviously we are working with an incredibly small canvas here. Like this is, I mean I guess this would be the smallest head I can make, but I would say that is kind of the smallest one that's gonna make sense. And then what? You would need a little bit of a body. And then maybe 2 legs. Maybe some small little arms. Like it would kind of be something along the lines of this. Oh wait, I would need I do need an inventory sprite for this as well, which means that it would have to fit on a 10 by 10 grid. This would actually. That would fit. Triangle pitch and Easter, it kind of reminds me of the logo of a streamer. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Sorry guys, we have some ads running. I completely missed this one coming. Let me just go and get some more coffee during the break. I'll be back in just like 40 seconds or something. Cheers. And we are back. Appreciate your patience. Okay, we're starting to have a pretty good little collection of items here. Small crosses that could also be put on the walls and not on the shelves and floor. We do have a big cross in the game right now, so that could actually make sense. Just this doesn't work obviously, right? Keys. Like, just that's too much of a usable item. Hairpins matches as well, that would give the expectation that you can use them. Rings, maybe. Lots of hair feels a little bit too out there in my opinion. Letters like these I would consider lore documents more so. Ads should be over, welcome back guys. Feathers feel a bit too random maybe. I guess it could work with the whole Mad Sherpy thing, but maybe not the game itself. I mean, stone pebbles, you know, from the sound effects. We have like a gravel front yard or whatever, which means that technically there's an infinite amount of those. Leaves also a little bit too random. Toy soldier dolls, that one we did get. Souvenir trinkets. I think it should be the same item, so it's very clear. Like, it can't be that they are like different. It should be very clear that you are collecting this thing. Do you know what I mean? Glitches, like how? No, I don't think so. Vintage, welcome in man, how you doing? Good afternoon. My horror game has anti-chicken cannibalism spray, which is a real thing. Wait, what? Is he actually? Okay, let's use these as a little. Here's some examples we've come up with. Any more ideas? Question mark. Any more similar ideas? Pocket watches. Rings I feel like could work too. I'm just gonna write down everything that seems like it could work, and then we can kinda remove what doesn't feel as good. Buttons, a bit random. Keys, too much utility. For anyone coming in, we are thinking of basically having some form of like collectible item in the game. Speaking of the crosses, those are really nice because those we could make really small. Like, that is all I need, which would basically be the same size as a battery. And then in the inventory, they would end up being a little bit bigger. Maybe we can do. Can I do something like this, maybe? That's gonna look a bit weird in there. Maybe it's a bit. Feels a bit fat. I guess it doesn't have to be perfectly centered either. It's not the end of the world. All of my items aren't. Kenji's Mods, welcome back man, how you doing? Good to have ya. Symbolic trinity. Eyes, ears, fingers. Okay, here we go in the mothership route, going a little bit more morbid with it. Candles? I think candles could work. That is one of those that I thought could have been like for a puzzle as well. Like maybe you have to find like 7 different candles and somewhere there's like a candle holder. You place them and maybe that unlocks something or whatever it might be. But I guess you could have just candles be like a collectible as well. Like all you really need to do is something like that. Kinda looks like a screwdriver or something, but it kinda looks like a battery. You know what? I just fucking keep the battery sprite, flip it upright and call it a candle. Oh, ooh, that one's kinda interesting too. Rosary beads. That's for those like necklaces, right? Rosary beads. That's like related to Christianity, isn't it? Wait, the crown of roses. Because that's like a, isn't that an item in Binding of Isaac that's like a related to this? No, this is a set of prayers. Wait. Go back. Prayer beads. Yeah. Okay. Prayer beads are a form of beadwork used to counter. Oh yeah. I know this. Yeah, you basically count each one while doing some prayer or something. Chants and mantras by members of various religions such as Christian denominations. Hinduism, Buddhism, Shinto, Umbanda, Sikhism by faith and Islam. Holy shit, that was way more common than I thought it was. You know the kind of interesting thing about doing something like that? Maybe no, I probably don't have the size of it. Just then, this could be the sprite to picking them up. But maybe each time you pick one up, you actually change the sprite. And like, so you could kind of have the sprite itself like get bigger and bigger, so you could, it would basically work as kind of being able to tell how far along you are, if that makes sense. This does end up kind of just looking like dithering though, which might be an issue. Unless I would introduce... I actually don't use grace for my inventory item, but nothing says that we couldn't. Because if we did, we could basically just have you actually have like a necklace. And then the more of these you connect, we just like keep adding... This is a slightly slow creep, but we basically keep adding beads to the necklace. Like that would kind of end up being like a completion thing, being able to check your inventory to see like how far you've gotten, if that makes sense. That one is a little bit interesting, since we can say kind of for certain that the family, or at least part of the family, were Christian, because there is a cross in the house, so it does kind of fit the narrative as well. Rosary breads? No, beads. That one is a little bit interesting. Kinda... Yeah, prayer beads. Yeah, that seemed to be maybe the more common term. That one feels like it fits both in terms of theme, narrative, and as a pure collectible. I kinda like it. I'm gonna be honest. I kinda like this one. We could reuse this sprite, having it still be somewhat big in size, or if we want to be a bit douchey, we make it a 1 pixel thing. If we want to make it harder for the player. And then if we don't want to go full scope creep with the whole like showing the entire necklace, because I'm not sure about adding grace. Like a lot of these are going to be tricky adding grace to. But we could also just make it so that when you only have one, maybe if you have like 1, 2, 3 beads or something, then we just put like one big one in your inventory with the count, and then as you get more of them, we just do like a few different ones. So then maybe we go to like having 3, and maybe towards the very end we like I don't like if I put them right next to each other, it's gonna look like dithering. Because you gotta remember that the background is going to be black as well. So then we could still do the whole thing where you basically show the progress kind of by how many there are in like the inventory icon. You can get like inkling of how many you have collected. That one is interesting. Channels could double as a backup light source if you massively min-manage your batteries. The thing is that half the reason why we might add this is to scrap the batteries. So it might be that we're not gonna have those. It looks very, very probable that we're not gonna have them. And I'm a little bit, if we do channels, I'm still a little bit iffy about adding like fire to the game, because I think fire is the type of thing, like whether it's candles, matches, a lighter or whatever, it adds a lot of, I feel like it adds a fair amount of questions, where does it feel like you should be able to use that? Like should you be able to light other stuff on fire? That could very easily become very scope creepy. Maybe not, to be honest. There are a lot of horror games where you have a lighter, which I'm not necessarily sure you ever use for other reasons than as a light source. So maybe not. The only thing that becomes a little bit weird with a lighter compared to, since you don't move around in this game, like a lighter doesn't have as much of a spotlight or a direct what is the term I'm looking for here? It is a candle or like a lighter doesn't have a like lighting cone or like a directional light. So the question is how that would work. Like obviously we could still move the hand similarly, but it would feel odd moving the light this much if you were holding like a lighter or a candle. It could be that for a section maybe you lose the flashlight and you have to pick it up, and maybe that one just, maybe it gives you a wider radius but maybe not as strong. Maybe. That's a good idea. I think balancing batteries for flashlight is tough. You either end up with too many, it's a non-mechanic, or not enough, making it too hard. Also a bit cliche. Yeah, I think so. I think the way I see it, I just think that the battery system adds some big benefits, which, you know, as I've mentioned before, the major one I think is just having consumable items, as in the batteries. But it also adds a lot of like design problems in terms of like what happens when you run out. Should you be able to run out? Like how do I incentivize people to not run around with shit lighting? Because that seems a lot more difficult than it might seem at first glance. Photographs, letters, these are what I would consider lore items. That means they should be unique. We want something stackable. Tickets. Soap bars. Keys with but these are, no, these are functional. We can't have functional items here. crystal shards, talismans, rune stones, coins with holes, medallions, tiny bells. Should we make a reference to 10 bells? Vials, pendants, seal-wet sigils, scrimshaw carvings. What the fuck is a scrimshaw carving? Ah. Use a needle or another sharp object to make a pattern in like a whale tooth. Elfenben, how do you say that in English again? Ivory? Ivory, I think? Oh, that's the color. Oh, or the material. Yeah, I think you call it ivory. Collection sets that could be themed. 52 playing cards. 13 rosaries. Ah, one for each sin or chapter. That one is interesting. 13. That might be fine. I'm considering whether 13 is enough for the full game. That would be like one in every other room. That is probably fine, to be honest. We had what? In the demo, I think we had 7 batteries. I'm almost certain we had 7 batteries. Wait, I can probably figure this out. 1, 2, 3... 4... 5, 6... No, I'm so certain I've seen people get 7 batteries. I must be missing one. I think we have 6 or 7 batteries. 99, 52, those numbers I think are way too high. I think you should be something like in the teens or like maybe up to 20 something is probably the max. Dead flies, you know, that could actually work. The question is how we... Because let's be honest here, you can cannot create dead flies in the game. So, should that give you one then? Interesting. Flies are fairly easy to make though. The way I did the other one, like the big house fly or whatever, is like this. And that you could easily place around in the room. That could work as well. And then with the little... you could have it set to a certain amount. Maybe we place like X amount around in the mana. And then if you can't find all of them, you could get it by swatting a live fly as well. That adds 1 too. So then that would become a little bit more of a easy system where either you get the achievement by being very thorough and looking around everywhere, but if you like miss one, there is like a second way of getting another one or whatever. Ah shit, I kinda like that one too. Red floating balloons, but that would be more of an Easter egg. Oh yeah, it could be for the It, I assume you mean. The only thing for like one of these like with quite a lot, like with like multiples, it feels like red balloons might be a little bit too easy to spot. Like they would stand out to the point of being unmissable. But I don't know. I feel like having a red balloon somewhere, maybe if you click it you then pop it or something, should be kind of fun. Just as a fun little Easter egg thing. Maybe not as like a collectible where there's like 13 of them. Ah, or parts of a doll, like head, eyes, legs, arms, and you can assemble it by collecting. Ooh. That is a pretty interesting idea too. Because then we could even make some custom inventory item that actually separates this stuff. To where you basically have the head, arm, legs, and the torso. Question is, that would give us like 5 collectibles. I'm kinda leaning towards that maybe being too little. In that case, I feel like maybe that should be one of the collectible puzzles where you need to assemble the doll and like place it somewhere. Maybe more so than being like the collectible of the game. But it's definitely an interesting idea. What if they weren't inflated? Mmm. Doing little deflated balloons or something? That could work. That's interesting too. That could easily be some puzzle too, where we do some... That would maybe be quite interesting. Maybe doing some type of a... What do you call it? Like a gravity-related puzzle? Where kind of gravity is one of the key plays in the puzzle. Once you get them all inflated for party in the main hall that says happy birthday. Could be kinda cool. Another, this is a random tangent, but another puzzle I've been thinking of that I think could be pretty fun and that I think potentially we could even randomly generate is to maybe make one of these like pipe puzzles or something where, you know, you basically have like different parts of pipes. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like this could be a fun little... Like, I would like to have more like of those brute force type puzzles where it's not about finding a hint, it's just about like figuring out a solution on the spot, being like, oh, okay, so I need to twist this one to make these connect, and then blah blah blah. I've been thinking a lot about potentially doing some puzzle like that at some point. I think I even might have an idea of like what the reward or the use case for it should be. Just a random tangent. But you can only do it on Sherpy's actual birthday. And an Italian jumps out. Ingredients to make a birthday cake and randomize the recipe. I do like randomized puzzles. Like, I do try to randomize most of them. I feel like, although the game isn't the most replayable, it definitely adds some sense of replayability. And I think one of those, like, you know, pipe turning puzzles or pipe rotating puzzles could fairly easily be randomized. I mean, you would definitely need to do a bit of testing and make sure that you can't generate like a non-solvable one. There's definitely, it's not gonna be as easy as randomizing like a number or something, but it feels like it should be possible. I wonder how difficult that would be. Say that you had like 5 by 5 squares, some like straight pipes, some 90-degree pipes, maybe a few blocked ones. Now, I guess what you do, theoretically, to randomize a puzzle like that and make sure it always can be solved, is that you actually randomize a solution first, and then you mess it up, right? I guess that would kind of be the way to make sure that it can be solved. To be fair though, we are going into like kind of procedural generation here, which is not something I have like a shit ton of experience with, but I think it could be solved. Fuzzy Buzzy, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to have ya. Yeah, I think I want to do more of those like brute force puzzles in the full game. Like one I often think back on is Resident Evil 2, what is it, like portable safe or whatever? These guys.
Hello everyone.
Like doing more of these, like this is a little puzzle, but it's not one of these puzzles where you need to like, you need to go and collect something or you need to find clues to be able to solve it. Like this is basically a full-on brute force puzzle, right? Like the thing you need to do here, and I think in Resident Evil 2 I actually think these are randomized. Like what you need to do is basically to fill this circle, right? And each button here corresponds to a random light up here. So you need to basically brute force your way through to figure out which order you need to press them to not like break the chain. And I think I would like to incorporate a few more of these puzzles in the game, so it's not constantly the thing about like, oh, I found an obstacle, but like I can't do this, I need to continue. Like sometimes just having the player like find something and be like, oh, I can solve this right now, irregardless of what I have collected or what I have seen. I can just like brute force my way through it, like where the purpose of the puzzle is to brute force it. Like, I think I do want to try and incorporate a few of these into the game. Did we go through all of the AI thingies? Stamps, marbles, small cross... Oh yeah, these were the ones we said. 13 rosaries, one for each sin or chapter. Interesting, interesting. Darth, welcome in. How you doing, man? Okay, so let's see if we can kind of order these a little bit. I think these are the ones I'm leaning the most towards, probably. Rosary beads or dead flies as a collectible. Kinda like those. I think playing cards is one of the ones I like the least. Like, I like the idea of collecting cards, but it seems like playing cards would have 52, and that just seems too much. Ooh, wait. Random thought. Tarot cards. How many tarot cards are there? Isn't that like just a handful as well? Or a dozen, maybe? Rather. $21. Oh, no, wait. Each suit has 14 cards. No, but this is just normal. Wait, what? I'm so confused. That's like playing cards. That's not the same in tarot, is it? Tarot cards amount. Oh fuck, a standard tarot deck has 78 cards? Fuck, that was way more than I thought it was. But you don't necessarily need to have all of them. Because like in Binding of Isaac you have tarot cards, right? They don't have 78. They have like what, maybe 20 or something? If even that. Tarot cards, Isaac. How many do they have? Major Arcana cards. Yeah, they have like what? 20? 21. They have 21 cards. Because there's something where if it's normal playing cards, it feels more like it should be 52. I feel like with tarot cards, it feels like it would be... It feels more okay to cut it off early. Does that make sense? Tarot come in massive decks, but I get something called an Oracle deck, which has fewer. Okay. Oracle deck. Collect enough cards so you can play with the monster. We end up making like... We do a little... Balatro minigame in the game or something. And we get like a Wikipedia page here. Oracle. Does it not have a Wikipedia page? Oracle deck is a generic term for any deck of cards used in fortune telling. Okay. I think those types could work too. Gwent. Holy shit, I had so much fun playing Gwent. When I played, not like the multiplayer one, I'm talking about like in Witcher 3. I think I have more playtime in Witcher 3 playing Gwent than I do actually playing the game. Just tarot card games from playing cards? David, welcome in man, how you doing? You can collect the major arcana in tarot. Yeah, I think that is what Banning Isaac does. Just that the title was actually not tarot cards, it was major arcana. Yeah. Usually 22. So that feels a little bit more manageable. Because like I said, we have like what? 25 rooms or something. I don't want to have like multiple collectibles in every single room. I don't even think that every single room should have one. Because then if the player starts noticing that every room in the game has a collectible, then that's gonna become like a pattern where every time they go into a room, is always gonna be like, okay, I know there is a collectible in here, so let me find it. I don't think I want that to happen. Like, I think the player should have the... If anything, the thought should just be like, there could be one in here, if that makes sense. Okay, doll parts, I actually feel like that one I feel more like it could be puzzle related rather than a pure collectible. Okay, pure collectibles, stackable, we have rosary beads, dead flies, coins, post stamps, teeth, marbles, gems, small crosses. I think I prefer rosary beads to the small crosses, those are obviously fairly related. I definitely prefer this to the playing cards. I don't know, I am still kinda leaning towards rosary beads. It has the most direct connection to Christianity as well, which makes sense like environmentally, since, as I said before, there's like a cross in the manor, which already points to the fact that, you know, at least part of the family was Christian. Well, the family was Christian. So then, environmentally, it feels like rosary beads would make sense too. I once made a set of solid brass tarot cards. Basically, most fortune tellers will have a selection of tarot cards in the deck and call it the oracle deck. Oh, interesting. So you could almost say that a oracle deck is like a hand-picked collection of the full tarot deck, kind of. Chicken bones for fortune telling with Leo Bag. That's one, okay. Runestones are another fortune telling thing. That one feels like it's hard thematically. Especially since we are supposedly in like England or the UK here. I don't mind dead flies either. I think dead flies is a good shout. A little bit morbid. I think that works though. Coins are a little bit iffy because that I can feel players being a little bit more like expecting that there should be a use case for the coins. Because a lot of games you collect gold, you know? Yeah, we have plenty of dead flies in the UK. Oh, that's a good one. Vegetable and you can make a soup. Maybe I'm thinking of it because I'm eating right now. Oh, that's a good one. Like, okay, pros and cons. I think the pros of rosary beads are that they fit thematically. Is that a word? Yeah, that must be a word. Thematically. That's a word, right? Yeah. In a way that relates to is based on a theme, central subject or idea. They fit thematically. And I think another pro of rosary beads is that they don't give like the expectation of having a use case, maybe in the same way as something like a coin would do. Or especially like some of the ideas that ChatGPT gave us, which was like what keys is like. No, it's a way too obvious use case for them. What are the cons? Are there any cons of doing rosary beads? I don't really know. Dead fly pros. I mean, you could say that dead flies fit thematically as well, in terms of like the house being a little bit rugged or whatever you want to call it. These are a little bit more morbid in some regard. That I don't know if that's a pro. Maybe not. It's not really a con either. I think one of the pros of dead flies is that the small item might look more interesting. Because if we do beads, that would be either this or this, right? Whereas a fly would be something like this. Like that one stands out a little bit more, like in its own way, it's more readable. However, as soon as the player has picked up one of these beads, it's gonna make sense. So I don't think that's like, I wouldn't really say it's a con about this one either. Especially now when we have the little pickup label that's like, as soon as you pick it up, it's gonna say rosary bead, or whatever we call them. Profits, welcome in, man. How you doing? Hope you had a good weekend. Why not dead spiders? We could do spiders as well. Spiders is a little bit trickier to do low res. There's a lot of legs going on. I mean, technically I have legs on this one as well, but the wings are kind of the more important thing. Because I can't do 6. Just that's gonna look like that. guess you could do that, maybe, or maybe just flip it. The funny thing about doing dead spiders is that you could actually, we already have cobwebs, right? So that could kind of be the... Like, I would say that the pros of doing like dead spiders would be that we already have cobwebs. So it's a very natural place to have them be. However, that also kinda turns into a con where it might be too obvious where to find them, if that makes sense. Like now it basically becomes like, oh, I mean, I'm just gonna look for the cobweb. We want morbid things in horror games now? Wait, yeah. No, that's what I mean, like, I don't think things being morbid, even if going further, being like having the collectible item be teeth, I still think it fits the game still. Like, that fits the genre of horror, right? I would say that Dead Flies fit it also thematically with like the building being a bit run down. Rosary Beads fit it thematically with like the family being Christian. So like they fit the theme, all of those kind of fit the theme in different ways, right? Talal, thank you very much for the follow, welcome in, man. Navid Glorious Day, thank you, nice to hear, man. Should use the cobweb for the icon and it gets more complex. I do suppose that, yeah, one argument could be, yeah, cons, it's like T-Bite said, why pick up flies? Like, I don't think, like, in the end, it is a game, right? And I think you can take some liberties when it comes to games. Like, I don't know if people would be, like, think that it's too out there. But it definitely makes less sense. Like, if we're gonna go from it, look at it from, like, a realistic standpoint, it makes less sense collecting these compared to collecting something like rosary beads. Why would you go into a scary manner at all? Fair point. And actually something I'm going to change. I'm gonna tweak the intro a little bit in the game. Because I have mentioned this before, but basically the intro I have in the game right now, or in the demo, was not ever meant to actually reach production. Like the car thing was, like the whole thing about driving to the manor, that's supposed to be in the game. But like the actual text that I give you, that was basically a placeholder I threw in for the playtesters who were playtesting the full game, just to have something. So what I decided to do, not to box myself too much into a corner, is basically to make the most generic intro ever. And I think that is a little bit of an issue where I actually think it's fair to say that I need to give the player a little bit more of a stronger explanation for like why you are here, or maybe more specifically. Because technically even now I explain why you are here. It's kind of out of curiosity or exploration, a sense of exploration or whatever. However, that does not explain why you stay here. Like, as soon as you realize something bad is going on, like, the obvious thought that a lot of people get is, why the fuck am I still here? Why am I not, like, putting the tail between my legs and fucking getting out of here, right? So, something I'm gonna need to do is to give the player a better reason for why they need to stay. I already have some ideas for it. I think I know what I'm gonna do. But yeah, that is something I need to sort out. Because right now it is a little bit too... It's a little bit too generic, it's a little bit too loose. It works fine for explaining why you go there, but since you don't technically get, like... You don't get locked in, right? Like, technically speaking, you can walk out at any point. And that, you know, that kind of does raise the question of, like, why am I not doing that? Like, why the fuck would I stay here right now? Urban Xing is a thing, loads of idiots, and you run for way too long, yeah. The issue here is that like it works for a general character or whatever, but the issue here, since it's interactive, the player kind of is the character, and a lot of the players wouldn't agree with that sentiment. And I think the reason I give them now is not strong enough to convince them that it makes sense for them to stay. If that makes sense. Make the player delivery guy who has to deliver pizza, bam, you have a reason to stay. You need to find your customer. If you're visiting some scary place, you might take some souvenir from that fits the theme of what happened there, yeah. Could use a D&D classic, the door slams shut behind you, or the entrance to the cave collapses, trapping you in. That would work. The only issue is that I actually need the player to be able to get out again, because there's more things going on outside, so I cannot like literally lock them inside. I mean, I could do it temporarily, but at some point I do need the player to be able to walk out. And whenever that happens, it's gonna... the same question is going to arise again. Like, okay, now when I got out, why can't I leave? Otherwise, I do think that works. Like, oh, no, of course, like, you know, technically I could just change it so that there is no reason to go out again, but... I think it's... I kind of like the fact that you have to go, at some point, maybe go back to things you've seen before earlier. Like in the movie 1408, he writes books and is not believing in ghosts. I haven't seen the movie, but I assume, do you mean that like he goes to a scary place to get like inspiration or to write? I don't know if it's fictional or non-fictional, but basically to write, and then it just happens to be haunted or whatever. Is that kind of the premise? "1408 popped up on my social media the other night. It's a decent film. Everyone that stays in room 1408 dies. He doesn't believe it, so he goes to stay there." Okay. "My car suddenly broke once I got to the manor. I should try to find a way how to fix my car." That one does work. I've actually seen... because that gives you a reason... Theoretically, you could argue that you could walk away from that, but, you know, if you're in the middle of nowhere, that one does make sense. The only thing, that one... like, the tricky thing about that one is that you have to fix the car. Like, now that becomes, like, the main objective of the game. And that means I need to make that make sense in terms of, like, not giving the player the thing to fix the car until the very end. But, like, generally that would work. I think one of the Forgotten Hill games was that. Another point-and-click game that we played. I think that one was basically you were driving and you were, like, running out of fuel, so you stopped at a random house. And that's basically where the story starts. So that would kind of make sense. Yeah, he writes about haunted places, but nothing special until he finds out about 1408. Okay. Yeah, so I think those kind of work, like, either giving the player, like, a circumstantial, like Spectacular said, like a circumstantial reason to stay, as in, like, you actually cannot leave. That would be either, like, the car being broken down or out of fuel or something along those lines, or having it be that you're literally locked in. Like those are more leaning towards like the circumstantial reasons why you can't leave, or it's more towards the like just giving them a better like personal reason for it, which I think is what I'm leaning towards right now. I have some ideas. I definitely think that I need to change something from what we have right now, which is right now it basically sounds like you are a silly little man going there out of curiosity and then for some reason staying there way longer than any normal human being probably would. Or you got teleported into a different universe where cars don't work anymore. The car explodes. Then if the car explodes, then there's no reason to fix it. You know, we're getting somewhere here. I can't just do like, oh, the tire doesn't work, because I have a bunch of like environmental props being like tires and stuff. So then we'll be like, why can't I just use this one and get out of here? Card is stolen when you head inside, yeah. Oh, that one is a bit tricky though. Yeah, it could be kind of cool, like, if you, when you go inside, you just hear, like, either your car being stolen, or you hear the car being, like, destroyed in some manner. Like, it would work. We'll see. Okay. I think I am leaning towards one of these. I think I am leaning mostly towards rosary beads. I don't super mind that one. Moss Guy, welcome back, man. How you doing? How's your day going? So far so good. Trying to brainstorm a bunch of ideas for pure collectibles in the game. So far so good. How you doing? How was your weekend? Well, as you said, running out of fuel, stop by a random abandoned house, and in one room you will find a portrait of yourself. Then you will want to know why is it there. Yeah, just you could certainly do that thing where you, like, the reason why you go there doesn't necessarily have to be the same as the reason why you stay there. Like, these, they can be the same. You can have the same reason for both, but theoretically they can also be separated. Like, we give them one reason why you go here first and a separate reason why you stay. So with the early examples, that could have been like you go here out of a sense of exploration or curiosity, but you stay because you get trapped, or so that would be like two different ones, right? It can also be the same. Like, you know, you can do something similar to like Outlast. You're like a journalist, and there's, you know, some reason like professionally why you're going here. I've also, like, very early on, I thought a lot about having you be like a proper detective or police officer and stuff. That one is a little bit trickier, because you would probably have a gun, you know? And I don't think I want to give the player a gun in this game, because that does change like the power dynamic in the game quite a lot. If you would go in with the expectation of like, if the setting sets the expectation that you would have a gun, that definitely changes things quite a lot. So I'm not entirely sure if I do something like that. Maybe you're visiting the house of your family, you left early in your childhood or something. Something bad happened there. You might find a piece or find out what actually happened, maybe to restore your family honor, yeah. I have thought about something along those lines as well. The only one that makes me a little bit hesitant to go in that direction is that I'm not sure if I actually want the player character to be like a conventional main character. Like, I have been leaning a little bit more towards like kind of the house being the character, or like the story is more about the manor and like what happened here and so on, compared to being about the player character, if that makes sense. Because that's the only thing that changes that dynamic a little bit if you do something like that. Now it feels more like this is a game about your character, which I'm not saying that wouldn't work, but I'm not sure if that's what I want here. I will shoot this lock and it will open. I will shoot this padlock and it will open. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think bringing a gun into the picture like changes a lot of things. I definitely don't think we're gonna do something with a gun. But like I said, I actually do have an idea. I'm fairly certain of what I want to do. And I guess I could share it, since it would be something that you would find out immediately. It actually feels a little bit good that I finally gotten the demo out, so I don't need to hide as much stuff anymore. Like, at least a little bit more. Because I've been very stubborn about, like, not sharing a lot of things with you guys for a very long time. At least now they're starting to be like, you know, some stuff is naturally a little bit spoiled because of the demo, which, you know, is actually kind of nice in its own way. Yeah, I probably tend to think more character-centered. Yeah, and like I said, I don't think that is a bad thing. I definitely think it even could work, having the game be more about the main character. But I'm not entirely sure if that is the direction I want to go in. There's something where I feel like you get a greater sense of mystery when it's mainly regarding the house, the former inhabitants, and like the happenstance itself, rather than the main character. Potentially, maybe you could argue that it could be a little bit more immersive as well. Like, it might be easier for the player to relate to the character if the character itself isn't as defined. Does that kind of make sense? Because like each time I define something about the player character, you could argue that that might be a factor that like successively separates the player a little bit more from the character. I know I'm like, this is very minute, because at the same time, that's what you do in a lot of games. Like, I don't think people think that, oh, Resident Evil is not fucking immersive because it has like a proper main character. Of course not. So, like, obviously, you know, take it with a bit of a grain of salt here. I always figure the people that are here for the stream are here for the spoilers. I think that is kind of fair to say. I think this is partly on me, because I am a very anti-spoiler type of guy. And I think that kind of falls upon the stream as well because of it. I just don't like sharing spoilers. I don't like getting spoilers. And like, I don't even watch trailers. That's like how far I've gone in life. I won't even watch a trailer for a movie, because I find that like just seeing like one little scene is enough for me to be like, oh fuck it, now I'm starting to get spoiled, you know. So I like going into things completely blind, and I think that's where it kind of stems from, the fact that I kind of want to give, even if you're here as a viewer, I still want to give you the option to be able to experience the game. Of course, somewhat gonna be spoiled, but like generally. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. I'm gonna grab a bit more coffee during the break, but I'll be back in just a minute. Yeah, I'm kinda liking the rosary beads. Should we do it? I think it makes sense thematically. I don't know if you have to do 13. Because that was something that ChatGPT said, like, it made sense to have 13, like one for each sin. I think we could have more, because technically, even though you might only use 13 in like the Christian prayer or whatever. Like, obviously one of these necklaces have more than 13 beads, right? Christianity. Pebbles or knotted ropes to count prayers, typically the Jesus prayer. Okay. Ads are running. Let me just go and grab a bit of coffee, and I will be right back. I'm here to learn Chef's game dev secrets. Let's go. See you in just a moment, guys. Cheers. And we are back. Okay, is there anything important I should take into mind here? Paternoster chords were used to count 150 Psalms, right? Of the Bible. Or the 150 recitations. Ads should be over, welcome back. Roman Catholics came to pray the Dominican Rosary with strings of 59 beads. Lord's Prayer, 10 Hail Marys. Okay. Oriental Orthodox Christianity. For numbers such as 41, 64, 100. It seems to be a lot of numbers in general, so I don't think it's... I think we should have any number. I don't think that's gonna be weird. 33 for Anglican. Is that how you say it? 33. I feel like that is quite a lot. Because that would, once again, that would be more than one per room. Saying the article on that, yeah. I feel like potentially doing something along the line of... if we're gonna have like a specific number, doing like 13 for each of the sins could work. That would be... ish. One in every other room. That feels like it kinda made sense. Because I don't think we can have like too many of these. We also need to figure out a... like this... obviously if this is a collectible, it should be an achievement, right? What do we call the achievement? The Rosary Collector. Because I think it's... I might even... to have these have some purpose for the demo, I might even make it... make it actually be a achievement for the demo as well. Not so fun beads collected. It feels like it would have to be a... like rosary bead necklace or whatever as the symbol. You know what I mean? I feel like that could work. I think that's fine. Kinda makes sense. Just doing just the beads here, a little bit tricky. Unless we do it similar to the... like this, but doesn't seem as fun, does it? Wait, can I select these and then do Control O? I can, look at that. That would have been something like this instead. But then, this just feels more interesting, doesn't it? I think so. But then maybe do something like this for the inventory sprite. I don't have any system now to really update the... oh, I guess I could switch the item to update the sprite. Or do some... no, I could use inheritance, make a new inventory item that inherits from the inventory item class, but that shows different sprites depending on amount. That wouldn't be too difficult, to be honest. You make maybe brown pixels on the left side of the chain caudal to symbolize the beads, otherwise it looks like a necklace. It's supposed to look like a necklace. Because that's what rosary beads often are for. Like it's the beads on the necklace. Because the issue with brown is that it's not in the palette. Now, I don't use the exact palette in my achievements anyway. But then I kind of need to update all the other achievements I have, which for the full game I have actually already made quite a few. But I think this made sense since a lot of the time rosary beads will be on the actual necklace. Not always, but a lot of the time. Okay, I think we're gonna go for this. You know, I might keep this little doll here. I don't know. Might use something like that at some point. Fucking big is this canvas? Oh, minus 50, there we go. That makes sense. What the fuck? Why? Oh, bottom. Ah, I'm just being a Dumbo, okay. Perfect. I think I might prefer the cross being a little bit more centered. Yeah, maybe something like that. Okay, let me export this. Sorry, there might be some spoilers in my achievements folder, so gonna hide that one. I'm gonna call this Rosary Beads 1. Export. Then we're gonna apply these for the... So this is what it would look like when it's not unlocked, and this is unlocked. I think that looks pretty good. I like how I make the achievements before I even have this in the game. Priorities, eh? Okay. I think that's good. Oh wait, I need to take back this. Shite. I need to save the project as well. Give me just 1 second here. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that's it. GG. I saved the item thing as well, so should we see if we can get this into the game? Let's see, what do I... Let me check what I call my... I think I have a bit of a convention for the names of my achievements. This is going to be the first actual collectible achievement I implement though, so I need to make a system for it, which is fairly easy. just gonna have, I guess the save file is gonna keep track of the count. No, because we're gonna save the inventory later, so we can just check how many... Yeah, we don't need to save the count. All we do is save the inventory you have, and then for the unlocking of the achievement, like every time you pick one up, we basically just check how many does the player have in the inventory. That is basically all we need to do. Is Steamworks down at the moment? How much time do we have? It's 2:40 at the moment. Okay, I think we can try and implement this, and then maybe have a look at the mailroom by Jotson. I don't know if Steamworks is down. Oh wait, I can check the achievements here. Oh yeah, equip the flashlight for the first time. I need to remove that achievement from the main game, since now you actually start with the achievement, or with the flashlight. This is the weird, like, I don't know why I started making achievements so early. I think it's just, it's fun. I just enjoy making achievements. Yeah, most of my achievements have like a two or 3 words. Like the achievement for equipping the flashlight, which is gonna remove, that one was called Guiding Light. The achievement for finding all the photos was Through the Lens. For the achievements for dying the first time is Into the Dark. The End for, well, reaching the end. Then we have some hidden achievements and a few other ones. What would we call this? It could be something like... I mean, you could call it something more directly related to collecting, as in like the bead collector or like the rosary collector. You could also just call it the rosary beads. Like that could be the actual name of the achievement. But then it's weird, because rosary beads on Wikipedia... No, this is just for rosary. Because this has some other meanings, right? Yeah, when referring to the prayer beads as an object, it is written with a lowercase initial letter. Ah, okay, so this is capital R rosary, and then a rosary bead. So maybe we just call the achievement the rosary beads, right? Like the rosary beads. Description being something like collect all the rosary beads in the manner. I feel like that works. Okay, let's see if we can implement this. Right now it looks like we're gonna scrap the inventory system, but we could actually maybe for now keep the same placements. Unless, is that gonna turn into... Because I just disabled this item. How many pixels is this? Do we have a center pixel? Oh no, that's fine, because you are... Oh no, you're 10 by 9. Okay, I think I'm just gonna make a new item. We're gonna keep you disabled. Good morning, Granger devs. How you doing, man? Welcome in. Morning, Chirpy. How goes it? So far, so good. Been brainstorming a lot of ideas for collectible items in the game, since the plan is to remove the batteries, which means we're gonna lose a lot of items to pick up. I thought it might be good to add a collectible. And I think I am pretty much settled on having rosary beads, because it made sense thematically. So gonna see about implementing that, as well as some type of achievement for it. And I think I'm gonna make an achievement specifically for the demo as well. Because if they are in the demo, it feels like you should get something from finding all of them. Curious to why you're removing batteries? Main reason is because the system itself is fairly superficial and it added a lot of like design problems. And the main reason why I personally, as the developer liked the battery system is mainly because you can pick up batteries, so I could have more items. Like, the advantages I saw from it had almost nothing to do with the actual flashlight and the, like, battery system draining stuff itself. And the issues are basically, a quick rundown is that people like min-maxing, so what they do is that they play almost the entire game without ever using the flashlight, which makes the game look a lot more dark, which looks way worse on streams and in YouTube videos, which I think is one of the biggest issues. And the other reason, as I alluded to before, is just the fact that it was fairly superficial. Like, there was no actual, like, consequence to running out of batteries. The only thing that would happen is that you would have a bit less light. It was hard-coded to stop at 15%. Because if we added consequences, like say that you would lose if you run out of batteries, that means that we would put a timer on the entire game, as in the amount of batteries times the amount to drain a battery will amount to the minimum or maximum time to complete the game. And that feels a little bit odd in a puzzle game. And it also introduces, if you have a consequence to it, it introduces potential soft locks. Since if you've picked up all of the batteries and then you run out of batteries and die, now you might respawn at the checkpoint where there's not enough batteries and you get caught in this like negative loop of dying over and over again. Yeah, like overall there's just a lot of... there was a lot of problems with it, and it was a little bit... I was doing it in a bit of a weird way as well. As I said, like the main thing I liked about it was having more items to pick up. But then it feels it's not justified to have this entire problematic system just because I want more items. Like, what I basically realized is that it sounds like what I was actually looking for is just to have collectibles. And then we just remove the battery system itself. So far, it feels like the better way to do it. Great Grievance, welcome in, man. How you doing, mate? Hope you had a good weekend. So, what we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are going to add a new... Oh, what? Oh, that's interesting. Do I need a new type for this? Component, document, keys, secret, tools. I guess it should be a secret for now. Because rosary beads wouldn't be a tool, it wouldn't be a key. It's definitely not a document, and it's not really... You could potentially argue, pedantically, that it could be a component to a necklace. But not really. I guess I might just make this into a secret for now. Which means that the type is just gonna be a question mark. Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna do that for now. So we are going to create a new scriptable, not inspectable, but a item. We are going to call this... Oh shit. No, that's fine. I was gonna say, what happens if you have one, it should technically be called a rosary bead. Whereas if you have multiple, it should be called rosary beads. But I never worried about that with batteries, so I probably shouldn't worry about that now either. Like, it said battery and then it said like 14 in amount, right? And I think that would be fine here too. We call the item rosary bead singular, but then you have a counter on how many you have. Because it would be very odd to pick up one and then have that say rosary beads, wouldn't it? I think so. Okay, I think I'm gonna call you rosary bead. Item name is going to be item rosary bead, because this is rather than a name, it's actually the key in the localization table. Item type is going to be secret. Interaction type, I guess, is going to be usable. We need to find our items. We need to actually get a sprite for this. You know what, fuck it, I might do this one. So this is going to be item, I'm gonna call this rosary beads. Maybe I will do it plural anyway. And then this is going to be the actual collectible item. So this one we can call rosary bead. Because it's gonna look weird to just have one in the inventory. It's gonna be a bit weird when you just pick up one. But I think it's fine. I think so. Wait, where did I... Where's my... Where did I put the item? Did I not put it here? What the fuck? What happened to my... Oh, did I accidentally put it inside of keys? Oh, I did. Okay. Rosary bead, let's place you here for now. Okay, so I changed my mind. I think I'm gonna call this plural. I'm gonna call you rosary beads. The inventory sprite is going to be this one. No flip direction, no item interactions. Good, enjoyed Halloween with the family and made a bunch of progress on my engine slash game. Nice, man. Let's go. Happy to hear you had a good Halloween. I did as well. I played through Little Nightmares 1 and 2 with Miss Chappie. Lot of fun. Quite enjoyed them. Okay, now we need a collectible item. I'm just going to duplicate the test book that I made. I'm gonna call you rosary. I guess this would be rosary bead. Collectible. Gonna open that one up. Why is the size not set up correctly? That's a bit weird. Gonna do this little guy. The item to collect on click is now, of course, going to be the rosary beads. That looks good. You could have an amount and check if anything over 1, then change the text in inventory to the plural version. Yeah, and we could change the sprite that way as well. It's not that much work really, like, it does require me to have 2 localization strings. It's not really the end of the world. Question is, let me actually see if this feels weird or not. Like, seeing it in plural when you technically only have 1. It might actually feel weird. Rooms outside entrance. Let's throw a couple of rosary beads here. They are very small. Yeah, just I did make multiple sprites as well for the that you could use for the different amounts. Like, obviously we're not gonna do the literal amounts, like I think something like this would be like the final one. It's interesting because it's not something I ever thought of with the other items, like with the batteries for example. That one always said battery singular, even though you had like 15. But now I kind of flip it, I make it plural instead when you only have 1. It might... feel weird. Let's quickly add a localization string for this, at least for English. Any spoilers here? I don't think so. No. Okay, add new entry. We're gonna do item rosary beads. English is going to be rosary beads. Yeah, we might have to. It's very possible that this should feel a bit odd. It wouldn't be that difficult. Even changing the sprite as well as the name. It would definitely be a little nice touch. I wonder if I should explain that this is a collectible. Like, actually make a type called collectible. So then it would say rosary beads collectible. Because the issue now is that players are going to wonder whether they can do something with this. The nice thing about having a type called collectible is that that's kind of going to make it immediately clear to the player that this is not an item that actually has a use. This is for the sake of collecting. I don't know, any thoughts? What do you guys think? If they are collectibles, I would make a category called collectible personally. I think it might be nice, because I am a little bit... It is that whole thing where if we don't do it, it's very possible that people are gonna like run around and try to use these all the time, thinking that maybe I need this somewhere. I think after they found enough, it's possible that it would kind of click that this is just a collectible, but yeah, it would definitely make it less confusing. We can always try it. Fairly easy. That is in... no, is that in item? In like the scriptable object, I assume? Let's try it. I think there is a good argument for explaining the fact that it is collectible. Collectible, right? Collectible, yes. Good eftermiddag, how you doing, TechBots? Welcome in, man. Hope you've been well, hope you had a good weekend. Okay, so I need something else. What is this? That would probably be in inventory item. Yeah, here, item type key. Here we would need to add item type collectible. And do I just use the enum index for this, I wonder? Get localized string. String key. Okay, I pass that in. Where do I pass this in? Here. Type key. Oh, item type key. Yeah, I'll take the item type enum. This is so confusing. I cast it to an integer. And then I toss that into a item type key, the other enum. And then I pass that as a string. Holy shit, that's a lot of conversions. I basically go from enum to integer to enum to string in 2 lines. Is there a better way of doing that? There probably is. There probably is a better way of doing that, but I'm gonna leave it, because you know what? It works. And we're not gonna fix what isn't broken, at least not in this very moment. Okay, let me find my localization table again. Gonna add yet another entry. We're gonna call this item type collectible. In English, this is going to be collectible. Now, we're gonna find our rosary beads and we're gonna change the item type into, you guessed it, collectible. Let's see how this looks. I think this could be an improvement. Yeah, rosary beads collectible. I do like the fact that it kind of makes it immediately clear to the player that this is not something you need to like try and use all the time. I think I like it. One more localization key, not the end of the world. The Ox Smashes, welcome in man, thank you for the follow. Your game doesn't really have performance concerns, so I wouldn't stress it. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary worrying about that one. You know what? I might want to go a little bit scope creep and actually make the sprite and the other thing updates. But that kind of means that I need... I guess I need an... It feels like the way to do this is to have yet another another item that inherits from this. Or maybe do it on the actual... Oh no, inventory item. Shit, wait, that one is generic. Ooh. Oh no, this makes things a bit more tricky. Unless every time you pick up more, when it's time to update either the sprite or the name, then you would remove that item and instantiate multiple of the new item with the other sprite. That would kind of be the workaround. But then it's gonna move places in the inventory, which feels a bit weird. Otherwise, I need to update both the scriptable objects as well as the inventory item class. Question is, how necessary is this? It feels a little bit weird, this being plural. You pick up one rosary bead and it says rosary beads. In that case, it would probably be better to have this be singular, like we did with the batteries. So this would say rosary bead, and then you have a counter. The counter is kind of what tells you, like, if we're not gonna change it, it feels like it might be better to go singular. Right? Probably change this sprite as well and make sure that the counter doesn't overlap. Like maybe just bringing this one down a little bit. Yeah, something like that. I think I like that. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna worry about the whole thing about updating the sprite and the name right now, because I realize now that that is gonna be a little bit of a refactor, and I don't think it's probably not the end of the world. Because I basically need to change it every step of the way. Like the scriptable object needs to be able to somehow define that this item has multiple sprites and multiple names. And then the inventory item class needs to somehow be able to check that. It's not like a huge amount of work. Like I could easily do it in like an hour or something. But I don't know if it probably shouldn't be a priority, is basically what I'm saying. So I think in that case we're gonna turn this into rosary bead. So you are going to be singular. And then we need to change this into singular as well. But then I think the sprite should still be multiple. It's gonna be a little bit weird when you only have one rosary bead. That this still shows you multiple. But I think that's fine. Unless I do one bigger sprite. Maybe that's what I should do. Yeah, maybe. Maybe what we do instead is this. Would this be shiny? And add a little highlight on it. Is that gonna make it look like a marble? That might make it look like a marble. Because now it should make sense everywhere. Now it's basically the same way we did batteries. The whole thing being singular, and then just when you get more, it's only the counter that updates. I kind of feel like it looks a little bit like a marble or a bowling ball or something. Maybe. I think it could be smaller. I think we should go down one step. What do I have now? I have this size. So maybe... that would be one step down. That's quite a lot though. Maybe it's fine. Let me try it. I like to make everything singular when I can. English plurals are outrageous. You have one deer, two deer, but two groups of deer would be deers, but it's just one beer or two beers. Yeah. No, there definitely is some of those like exceptions you end up having. Fish is the same one, right? You have one fish or two fish, but if they are multiple species of fish or whatever, multiple subgroups of fish, then you go fishes. Do you have some exceptions that don't change as well? I know we do in Swedish. We have some of those where, like tree for example, is always tree, whether singular or plural. Ett träd, flera träd. One tree, multiple trees. Do you have that in English too? I don't know if I can think of anything on the top of my head. Is there anything that doesn't change in English? Maybe not. I can't think of anything on the top of my head. Now I'm kinda curious. Oh yeah, you do. In the yeah, we fucking had the example. 2 deer, 2 fish. The ones when it's like that is technically the same type of exception where you don't change it. But then you do if there's multiple variants of it. So it's like kind of there. Oh, aircraft. But that, is that the same? 2 aircraft? But then if they're different, would you say 2 aircrafts? Oh, pants is a good one too, yeah. But that one is different because it's always plural. Oh! Yeah, species. 1 species, multiple species. But also, like the word itself sounds like it's already plural. Offspring, many offspring. That is something that seems to always remain singular, yeah. Weird tangents? Oh well. But the exceptions have exceptions, yeah. But would you say offsprings? Is that... would you ever say offsprings? I don't know if you would. I think that might be one of those that always remain the same. Potentially. Salesman, welcome in. Yeah, pants are always a pad, then we have Latin loanwords. Radius. Yeah. Radi. That one is probably static. Not an English buff even. Offspring is both singular and plural. Yeah. Yeah, so that is similar to... because we do have that in Swedish as well. In certain cases. Like tree, for example, is always... there's no like proper plural version of tree. Radii. Oh. Radii. So and that one is confusing because that is technically the plural, right? It's like cactus and cacti. Which becomes even more weird in English since the previous versions or the previous conjugation has an S in the end, which tends to be the plural convention in English. Like radius, if you look at it from an English standpoint, radius sounds more like it would be the plural word, or cactus, compared to cacti and radii. Okay, let's have a look at the slightly smaller sprite here. Gonna pick up a few rosary beads. I think I prefer this. Slightly smaller, also kinda makes it seem less important. Because it kinda is. It's just a random collectible. Okay, let's... how do I make an achievement for this? I have so much like generic items or generic classes and stuff when it comes to items. Since I just use like scriptable objects and stuff. I guess, I don't know if I want to have like an event every time you pick up an item. Wait, I already do. So I might as well just use that one. Because collect on click, collect item on click. You already publish an event, don't you? Yeah, add item event. So basically we are just going to listen for that one. Let's see if we can make... oh shit, wait, I would need to actually implement the achievement on the Steamworks end as well to get this to work. But that is fairly simple. Sorry, I don't wanna spoil all the achievements here. Give me just a second. We're gonna subscribe to the add item event on item added. Because I don't even need to keep track of this or even use the save system whatsoever. All I need to do is, every time you pick up an item, we check if it is the rosary bead, and if it is, then we check how many you have, basically. Private void on item added. Add item event. Item event. Because now we should be able to check something like if item event dot. Can I not get the item? No, I must be able to get the item. Or is that on? Is it? No, it's not static. Now I'm a bit confused. Oh shit, I called that one immediately. Oh, that's no good. I need to be able to read this. Public item. So before we do that, we're gonna say that this item is equal to item. So we actually have something to read. Now we can say that if the item you picked up is equal to... I guess I need to have a reference to this item, so I have something to compare it to. So I guess we're gonna do a item rosary bead, and then maybe we do an integer for rosary bead count or something. Now we can check if the item picked up is equal to the rosary bead. Then we check if... Oh shit, wait, how do I check how many you have? Ah! No. What if I have the... just inventory manager check everything, and then when you hit the amount, that's when you trigger the event? Maybe. Yeah, same as characters, which is also from Latin, yeah. Always exceptions when it comes to languages, eh? Does the inventory manager know the count? Because there's no reason to save the amount, since the amount is already in the inventory. I mean, wait, I can get inventory... I have a function to find an inventory item, don't I? Or did I remove that? Re-add item. Get inventory item. So I pass in the scriptable object and I find the actual inventory item. So the question here is... the thing I return... Let me quickly try and whip something up here to check this. So that would be a inventory item. Inventory item. Wait, I can just do this. Inventory item dot. Is count public? Or amount, rather. Is that not public? Because I need to read that. Otherwise I need to do this from the inventory item, but that feels a bit weird. How are you adding the serialized field plus private with only 3 letters? Do you have some sort of shortcut? I do. I have a few set up, which I used Unity coders. He has something on his website where you can generate your own... I don't remember what you call them. Like Visual Studio snippets, I think. So if I do like SFPR, that becomes serialized field private. It's similar, you already have this stuff, right? Because you can do stuff like, if you just write for and do tab, you get a for loop. I also have, what else did I do? Like, I have some stuff for my events, like e-init is gonna initialize events, so I get on enable, on disable with the event stuff. I can also do just e-sub if I want to subscribe to a new one, e-un if I want to unsubscribe, as well as e-pub if I want to publish one. It's really convenient to have. I think I might even... Is my Does my command still work? Okay, I think that might be through my old bots. Unity code snippets. Where is this? Where is it? Let me see. unitycoder.com. Is one of the viewers here made this, which is really convenient. Where do I find this? unitycoder.com snippet generator. Here we go, here we go. So this is what I use. You basically, you set your shortcut here, you can add the description if you want to, and with this, the end thing, you basically decide where the cursor is gonna move after you do it. You just generate this, you can download it, you just place it in a folder, and then you can get it like wherever you want. Really convenient, shout out for Unity Coder for making this tool. I assume that you can do this manually, if you know how to like generate this stuff. But this tool just makes it very easy. Jerv Norsk, welcome in, how you doing? Which is fair enough, language is an imperfect solution to an impossible problem. Yeah, kinda good way of putting it, to be honest. Macros, snippet expansion, is the name of that editor feature. Okay, fair enough. Oh yeah, macros, that's like the, I suppose, more of the umbrella term for it. Getting your repo store and a fork from Unity Coder was an achievement. GG, Jin. Thanks, that will help a lot. Yeah, it saves me a bunch of time, especially like this one, DBL, just to make a debug log. Because I don't think that is in Unity or in Visual Studio from the get-go. So like, immediately, just those things that you type so often, just so nice to be able to skip it. I think the one I probably use the most is probably the serialized field private. Okay, this has a reference to the item. I guess I could do something where I only publish an event and pass in the amount if it is that item, but I don't want this to check that. I could have the inventory manager check it. I don't know exactly how I want to place this code. I could make... It feels like an easy way to do it would be to make the amount public, or maybe read only. Because then, whenever you pick up an item, I can have the achievement manager check what item it was, call the inventory manager to get the actual inventory item class, thus check the amount. Surely I won't lose a full day creating snippets. You will. You will. I don't know if that's a dumb way of doing it. Like, we have a few options here, right? Like, either we... It feels kinda long. Collect item on click. We'll publish the event. The achievement manager checks the item. If rosary bead, get inventory item from inventory manager, check amount. If it's the full amount, unlock the achievement. It's kinda long. It kinda makes sense. Am I gonna have more collectible items? In that case, maybe I should make an array of collectible items with an item and the target amount. I don't know how many other collectible items I would have. Not in this case like collectible, pure collectibles. I'm gonna snooze this ad. Fuck it. Okay, we do need to start checking out mailrooms soon. But I have like another 1.5 hours or something. I think it's like 30 minutes long, so maybe at 4 o'clock we try the demo. Keita, welcome in. How you doing, man? Good to have ya. Hope you had a good weekend. What are we wrestling with today? I'm trying to sort out a collectible item, a pure collectible, to kind of make up for the loss of the batteries in the game, so that we still have a fair amount of items. So decided to go with rosary beads, because it kind of fits the... It fits environmentally, since we already have a cross in the house. You know, it points to the fact that the family was Christian. So having some spread out rosary beads kind of makes sense. I'm thinking about exactly how I want to implement like the achievement. This feels a little bit long. Like, it feels like there should be a better way of doing it. Because I could just have the inventory item check if like the inventory managers, if this was a collectible item. Oh no, I made the item type for collectible, so we just use that. Oh shit, that is so clever. Yeah. The inventory item can now check its item type. If collectible, publish the event with the amount, and then the achievements manager checks the item and amount, see if those add up, and if so, unlock the achievement. No, we don't need to do a single like singleton manager call or anything. That is so much more straightforward. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay. Makes way more sense. So in that case, you don't even need to subscribe to this one. Instead, we just have the inventory item whenever... Since it's gonna be collectible, it's always gonna be more than one. So I suppose whenever we add additional, that's when we would like publish the event. So, because this is, then I don't even need to make amount public. So we make a new event called something like I don't know, collectible item event. Wait, we need some data here. We need a public item. We need a public int amount. And then we're gonna do a public collect item event. We are going to pass in the item and the int amount. We are going to say that this item is item and this amount is amount. Public void. Yeah. So now, whenever you add an additional item, you check if the item... If the item's item type is equal to a collectible, then we publish the collectible item event, and we pass in our own item as well as the amount. Why is that not working? does not... What? Did I not add both here? Oh, okay. I see. We paused those in. Ads, I'm gonna run this ad. Sorry guys, appreciate your patience. Need to have some tips for when we play the demo. I think it's fairly short though. I think it's like a 30-minute demo if I'm not mistaken. Since you are into this point and click, have you heard of the Black Mirror game? No connection to the TV series. On the Age of Secrets. I don't think I have. I'd be surprised if you had. Shut up, man. I don't think I have. You sound so surprised. I have actually thought about this. Black Mirror game. Is it this one? Oh, they're in the Screamfest as well. Fucking good reviews, man. Okay, is this like a point and click game with like point to walk, I assume? It seems to be that type. Horror mystery. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look. When was this released? 2003. Is this cinematic only? This looks like a cinematic trailer. Do they have gameplay? No? Black Mirror game.
Okay, hello and welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Lively. It's sort of, there are certain ways things happen.
We are playing this with my girlfriend lately. We play on the couch, and since it's mouse only, it's pretty cool. Yeah, that is actually one of the reasons why I've been so stubborn about keeping my game playable mouse only. I know a lot of people are like, if I have the key bindings, why do I need to be able to click on the flashlight and etc.? But I did the same thing. Since I have like a wireless mouse, a lot of the point and click games I played, like off stream, I would actually play on the TV, just sitting in the couch. And that is a pretty nice advantage to point and click games.
And you do not buck tradition or...
I saw THQ Nordic and thought this looks a bit low quality for them. Yeah, that's kind of, you know, no shame, but the initial reason as to why I asked as well, because it did look a little bit more... somewhat outdated or whatever you want to call it.
I forget the word.
But this looks pretty interesting.
It's gonna scratch the wood.
Is it...
They don't seem to be working, showing past 7.
Okay. We can't fiddle with it again.
Oh, they do give pretty nice feedback too, I see. They changed the cursor.
That's actually quite a lot of
when you hover something interactable. Is that... Because I saw the cursor turn red there for a moment.
If it's that big, it's like as big as his head.
I assume that is to show that it's interactable, which I'm a big fan of, because that tends to be one of my pet peeves when it comes to classic point-and-click games. The fact that it's so difficult to know what you can and can't click on.
Yeah. Not familiar with this game at all. Yeah,
But sweets with almond in the middle. I have always liked these.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
What have we got here? Door to a cellar. Coffee grinder.
Ads are over, welcome back.
Bars.
There's some dirty water at the bottom. Maybe there were flowers in it once.
Possibly. There's some keys here.
Probably.
Interesting. Do you know how long this game is? Is this the full playthrough? 3 hours? It's not too long. What was the other one you said? Nibiru Age of Secrets. Is that not on Steam? Or is it this one? No, that looks like some top-down game. Maybe that isn't on Steam. Age of Secrets. Ah, looks similar. Is it the same studio? Who made this one? Looks very similar in the style. Future Games, yeah, I think it is. Nibiru. Age of Secrets. It looked very similar.
That doesn't exactly make me more aware of what happened.
You wanted to know everything I'd seen, and that's what you got.
Yeah, still showing doing the cursor swap to show what you can interact with.
Locked.
Thanks for sharing, man. Might have to look into these. I definitely think it would be good for me to play more point-and-click games. Okay, we don't need to listen to this anymore. Instead, we're gonna have a private void on collectible item. On collectible item collected. That's a bit of a mouthful, but collectible item event. We're gonna check if item event dot item is equal to the rosary bead. I guess I could do these in one go. So if that is the case, and if the item event dot amount is equal to the rosary bead count, if that is the case, then we check. I don't even need to check it actually. We can just unlock achievement. I guess we're gonna call this one the rosary beads. Okay, let's save that. I do need to subscribe to the event here though, so we're gonna switch out the other one. On collectible item collected is the new method. Sorry, don't want to show this, just some spoilers here. Collectible item event is the new event. We save that and we should be good to go. We don't need to do anything here now. Don't need to do anything here. And here we just, whenever you add an additional, you check if it's collectible, and in that case we publish the event. That looks pretty good to me. Let me quickly set up the achievement. Do I need to do that? No. Let's just do a debug log for now and I'll sort this out later. Because I can't show you guys the Steamworks end anyway. So let's do a debug log. All rosary beads collected. Not here though. This would be in the achievement manager. If we unlock the achievement, then we do that one. Currently playing the third game, last one, and we are enjoying it. First one was developed by a Czech studio, and they were really good dubbing. Second and third game was taken over by some German studio, but they kept the Czech dubbing there, which made us happy. Ooh, nice! Had some issues with some puzzle. First game took almost 20 hours to finish. Second one 24 hours according to Steam. Damn, okay, they are pretty fucking long. I mean, they are puzzle games as well, right? So I do suppose it can always vary a bit, but... Where is my achievement? Oh, that is in the Steam manager. Yeah, we can show this. Rosary bead item is of course going to be this one. The count right now, we're gonna say that it's 3. Now we should be able to get an achievement for collecting all of these. Boom. Okay. We have 1 rosary bead. 2, and if I take this one, boom, all rosary beads collected. Yeah? I feel pretty good about that. Let me copy the rosary bead and then we are going to remove these. Let's see, we have a few more minutes before we switch over to a bit of gaming. So let's see if we can find some interesting places to hide these. I do suppose small spoiler alerts if you want to find them yourself. Maybe I just don't show all of them. Yeah, let's do that. I'll show you a few. The other ones you're gonna have to find out on your own. The question is, where should you find the first one? Oh, I might put one by the painting, because I did remove the battery there. That does mean that I'm gonna need a large size one though. I might be able to use this actually. Yeah, I think I might. Maybe let's add a little highlight on this one, just for the fun of it. Let's do that, and then we're gonna go item. Items. So this is... Let's see, that's the small one. I'm gonna call you Rosary Bead 0. I'm gonna call this one Rosary Bead 1. And I just would do items, rosary, bead 2. Let's see if that's big enough. Because here I used to have a battery, but now we instead want to have a collectible rosary. Scheisse. Apply all overrides, open the prefab. Rosary beads, let's put you here. That one is obviously way too small. Let's try changing the sprite into this one. That looks good, I think. Maybe what we're gonna do here is flip it on the x-axis to get a highlight on the other side. Then, oh shit, wait, I can't place it behind the painting. Okay, how lazy do I want to be? Because the painting, this is just one big sprite. I've been a little bit lazy here. I think I'm gonna do... I think I'm gonna move you over here so we can have a bigger hitbox. So we're gonna do the default big hitbox is gonna be something like this. And then I'm gonna be real cheeky here. And I'm just gonna make one that doesn't show the entire thing. Something like that. Rosary bead 2. Oh, I cannot select the other one now. Scheisse. Items. Rosary bead 3. move this one back. Apply. I'm gonna switch out your sprite to this one. Set native size. I'm gonna put you here, like you're kind of hidden behind the painting a little bit. And maybe drop you a bit further down. Maybe something like that. Let's see how that feels. Welcome back, Zote. How you doing? Irregular human, thank you very much for the luck. Appreciate ya. Yet another game developer on twitch.tv. Don't check him out if you haven't. Also working on a horror game. Did you join the Streamfest Irregular? Oh wait, you were lurking? Sorry man, I don't want to distract you here, but just out of curiosity. That kind of works, doesn't it? Little hidden bead here behind the painting. I think that's fine. Okay. What else? So we have one bead in the clock room now. I don't think we're gonna have any, like the main hall and the hallway are a little bit too open and empty. Because I still feel like we want to, this should not be like super difficult to find, but it shouldn't be like, you know, right in front of your face every single time. Right? There's a little bit of a balance to it. Should have one fall out of the pocket of the coat. That could be kind of interesting. That one used to be interactable, but I actually changed it. I actually, in early playtests, I had a key in that one, but I had it just pop up a little bit, and was a few people completely missed it and got like soft locked because of it, so I changed it. I think if I do anything inside of the coat, it should probably fall out to make it a little bit more obvious. We could put one in this one. I don't have anything in here right now. Desk. So in front of the desk, but behind the cupboard doors. Here, let's throw in a little rosary bead. Let's disable the doors for now. Fine, where are you? Over there, okay. Place it maybe here or something? Sure. Sure thing. Oh, did I? Whoops. Oh, I'm gonna need to make this savable later, but I don't need to do that right now. Thanks for the shout out. No worries, man. Don't assume I'm just a ghost. Spooky. Appreciate you liking, man. Okay, now we can find one rosary bead there, and then if we go to the clock room, we can find one here. I'm feeling pretty good about this. And then if we have another one, then currently we would unlock the achievement. I think we're gonna have a few more in the demo for the achievement. I'm gonna need to change this so we have different amounts depending on if it's demo or not. So maybe what we do is have another one called Rosary Bead Demo Count, because there's gonna be more in the full game. I think we want an achievement for this in the demo, just otherwise it kind of loses the purpose a little bit. So now I can't just check this. I guess we just do something like this. We do int amount, int Rosary Bead amount is equal to if version manager.instance is demo, then it should be the demo count, otherwise it should be the normal count. And then here we just check for the Rosary Bead amount instead. That should do it. So, demo count, let's put that to 3 as well for the time being. We'll see how many I hide. Let's make it so we can get the current placeholder achievement, which means that we need to hide one more. Let's see, we have one downstairs, one upstairs right now. I mean, maybe should have one outside. Maybe. You know what you could do? You could put one on the piano as well. Like on the close-up piano, do another big one. The thing is that if we put them, we would kind of need to put them on the non-playable keys. Because if I put one like here on top of the keys, then it feels like it should react to me playing the keys, you know? We could place one like over here or something. Sure. Let's at least see what it would look like. Technically these should be semi-lit. But I fade items out when you collect them. And I don't currently have a system to fade out the non-lit sprites. Since the way I do semi-lit objects is to have one lit and one unlit sprite. First clock room. I didn't do it with the battery either though. Yeah, you can kind of see that the bead actually fully disappears when I turn off the flashlight. I don't know if anyone is gonna react on that though. I think that is fine. If anything, it just makes them a little bit more hidden. Right? Which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. Piano close up. What would happen if we threw in a little battery right about... Oh, sorry, a rosary bead here. We switch this to the big sprite. And then maybe... Oh, do I need to make this darker? No, it's gonna be lit, so it's probably fine. Place you like here or something? Maybe? Let's see. I'm definitely gonna hide a few of these off stream as well, so for the people watching, you actually need to... You won't know every location. That's probably fine. It's gonna be way harder to see if it's dark. It looks a little bit weird. It stands out a little bit too much. I wonder if I would have to make this one specifically a bit darker. Because I don't want to put it on the playable keys. Because then it feels like it should react to you playing. Oh, but if I make it darker, it's gonna go back to this color after you stop highlighting it. I think. Yeah, just then I'll return to the default color. I don't know if this is me overthinking it. I don't know how much this matters, but it stands out very clearly. Maybe it's better if I put it on the slightly lighter keys, maybe. Like, what if I moved you over here instead? Still, it's a very big contrast. It kind of makes it look like it's not fully in the scene or whatever, which is the thing I don't like about it. It might be fine. Ooh, that's interesting. I never thought about that. That might be something I need to fix at some point. The item pop-ups can be outside of the screen. I guess I could put it here instead. All rosary beads collected. Kinda like it. Don't know how many I'm gonna put in the demo. Maybe something similar to the amount of batteries we had. I think I had 7 batteries in the demo. So maybe we do like 7 rosary beads in the demo. Maybe we double it for the full game.
Cheers.
That would be slightly more than every other room. Cheers, Zout. And also, cheers, Jin. I completely forgot about the other redeems before. Sorry about that one. We did have a stretch redeem as well. I don't know what happened there. I was too focused. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about the rosary beads. Find some fun places to hide them. I think some could be really hidden. Not like, you know, It shouldn't be like 1 pixel visible things, but... How many batteries were you having in the full game? I don't know. I added more for the demo because I wanted to make sure that people had enough batteries to want to charge the flashlight. Obviously it didn't work, but that was the plan. How many did I have in the full game? Maybe 10 or something? Maybe. To be very clear, even in the current full version of the game, you couldn't actually get to every room. You got to almost every room in the game.
What's that?
Vinny, welcome in, man. How you doing? But there were a handful of rooms that you still couldn't get into, even in the full version. I have the rooms, you just couldn't enter them. Those batteries be damned. True. How you doing, Crit? Welcome in, man. Let's say right now we have 1 downstairs, 2 upstairs. Maybe... Another 1 downstairs. Could put 1 in the box, maybe. I should probably focus on trying to get these in areas where there's nothing else to pick up. I guess it's fun if, like, most rooms at least have some item to collect. How you doing, Vinny? And Crit, did you have good weekends, guys? Hope you did. Something else I've been thinking about to make the outside a little bit more interesting. A lot of people try to click on these. I actually don't think these read very well. It's possible that I'm gonna need to change the art a little bit at some point. These are supposed to be like leaf piles. I think we could make those interactable as well, so that maybe you could, like, open the pile or whatever. Maybe we have most of them be empty, but maybe there's like, maybe we hide like a rosary bead inside of one. Obviously that would require me to actually make new sprites for it. Do I have them here? Yeah, I do. Like, if that's the first one, I guess the main thing would be that it should be like, maybe you move the leaves a little bit. Like, the main thing I suppose is that it needs to be a bit flatter afterwards. Like, it looks like a pile first, so maybe it gets slightly wider but not as tall, if that makes sense. Maybe all leaves should move a little bit. I think something like that could work. And then with a little, you know, selling it kind of with a sound effect. Because that would also make the outside areas feel a little bit more interactive, which I think there's a fair argument to say that the outside areas are a little bit too... There's not enough going on, basically. I think something like this could work. So you click on this one, you hear a little like leaf sound and it switches to this sprite. Fling the leaves in the air, turns out there's a dog poo in one. Now you got stinky shoes. You know what? Not too shabby. Yeah, I was invited to an expo event to show the game we are working on with my friend last Friday and Saturday, and we did great, lots of feedback to get the game better. Nice, man! Glad to hear it was a good time. Cool to be able to show the game off at an event like that as well, I imagine. It was fine, not a big difference for me, weekend or not since I work contract jobs, but thanks for asking, cheers. Watching you makes me more and more hyped for making my own game. Do it, man. Come on now, Crit, just do it. Yeah, I think this would make the outside areas a little bit more interesting. I also think a lot of people do kind of expect these piles to be interactable, because quite a lot of people do try to click on them. And it's kind of the thing I said before, right? Like, if enough people try to do something, if enough people think something should be interactable, then it probably should. Probably should be. I'm just kinda guessing here. I would have to check in-game to see whether this actually looks good or not, but oh well. Like I said, I think the main thing is that they just need to look a lot flatter. And I think this would be good also from the point of view that, like, as I said, I find that it seems like a lot of people don't... I've gotten the impression that a lot of people don't fully understand what these are supposed to be. And if we have a little sound effect, as well as a little interaction here, I think that could help sell the fact that this is leaves, you know? Or leaf piles, I suppose. Yeah, maybe. I'm not gonna implement this now, but clicking on this one turns it into this, clicking on this one turns it into this. And then potentially, maybe in one or two we could hide something as well. Okay, should we go and check out the game maybe? Like I said, the plan is that we're gonna try out Jotson's demo for the mailroom, yet another horror game, so we'll see. It's possible that I might get a little bit spooked here. But I've been wanting to play that game for quite some time, and I just haven't been able to find the time with the demo release and everything. But I'm feeling, even though we still have the battery system in the current demo, I feel relatively good about the current build, so I don't feel too stressed to update it. And like I said, the fest ends today as well, so that's gonna take some of the pressure away. Let's add a few things here first, though. Wait, do I not already have this? To-do list. Make leaf piles interactable. Add more rosary beads. Add the rosary beads achievement. That is basically the stuff we need to do, right? I think so. Or like the things we've been talking about today, basically. Yeah, that sounds good. See if maybe I can sort that out this evening, potentially. We'll see, I don't know if I'm gonna have time to get the build up. The new updates. But maybe I can sort the stuff out today and maybe see about getting a new update out tomorrow and you guys can go bead hunting. I don't know if this stuff can be a bit iffy, you know, adding achievements later on. I know some people who get all achievements in the game might feel a little bit burned when you decide to later on add more achievements, just then they kinda did have 100% and then lost it. But since this is just a small demo, I don't think people would care that much. And especially since if you've played the demo, you can basically complete it again in like 5 minutes. So, you know, for someone to get this achievement wouldn't really be a ton of work anyway. Have we saved everything? I think we have. Should we do a little commit here? We added the rosary beads / collectible items and some leaf pile art. Let's do a quick little commit here. That ended up not being quick. Why is this taking so long? Hello? Did I accidentally change something massive, or what the fuck is going on? Committing changes. This is usually pretty instant. This is making me very uncomfortable. Why is this taking so long? Okay, it worked. Huh. Pushing seems quick. That's interesting. I have never... This is like technically one of the smaller commits. I usually wait far too long to commit my stuff. But that is definitely the longest time it has ever taken. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna do a short little break here. I'll be back in just a minute or two, and then we're gonna boot up the demo for the mail room.
Hey, Chappie, focus.
A mad focus, man. Which, for anyone who doesn't know, is the game that Jotson, yet another streamer here, has been working on. Ooh, 4 achievements. Interesting. See if we can find them all. Like I said, it is a horror game, so it's very possible that I might get a little bit spooked here. We'll see, we'll see. But yeah, give me just a few minutes, I'm gonna go and get some tea, and I will be right back. Appreciate your patience as always, if you do decide to stick around. Yeah. And yeah, I'll see you in just a little bit. Cheers. And we are back. Are we ready? I hope you guys are. I'm not sure if I am. I don't know how... I mean, this is a horror game. I don't know, like, how spooky it is. I have seen a few people... I've been lurking in some streams of people playing this game. But I've tried my very best to basically spoil as little as possible. And I would say that I have been fairly successful. I do not know a lot of, like, the content of this demo. Obviously, I've seen a little bit of the development and stuff, but yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I am going in pretty much blind. Let's update the title. We are playing the mail room demo by Jotson. See, I'm fairly certain he does have a category as well, so let's do the little switch here. Oh damn, I'm already, like, just the fact that it is a horror game, I can feel myself already getting a little bit tensed up here. Okay, let's do it. Let's check it out. Ooh, nice little custom cursor here. Where's the volume? I think it's pretty good. Oh, it does have a little sound effect here, nice. I think that's good. Let me know. English, Deutsch, português do Brasil, português europeu, francês, polski, espanhol latino-americano. Oh, he also only has Latin American, interesting. Russo italiano. Ah, damn, Nihongo. Korean as well. Hangul Mao something, I think. Norsk, damn, here's Norwegian. As well as Arabic, not too shabby. We are gonna do English though. Oh, nice. Also did the little call to action here. Please contact john@crowfriend.com if you'd like to contribute a translation in your language. Nice. The art style is fucking sick too. Feedback wish lists. Mouse sensitivity. Pointer. Not entirely sure what pointer is. Let's do borderless. How does the volume seem for you guys? Is it fine? Let me know if you want me to raise it or lower it. And we shall do so. Seems fine for me, let's go, nice. Okay, are we ready? I'm not sure if I am, but yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, ladies and gentlemen, this is the mailroom, the demo made by Jotson, yet another game developer and streamer here on Twitch. And we're gonna check it out. The full game will have controller support. Okay, so I assume WSAD and the mouse is all we need. Okay. Applicants, you are hired. Reports to work immediately at 666 5th Street. Your first shift begins tonight. Weird, I don't remember applying, but work is work. Ah, what a shitty job. I better get going. Doesn't seem sus whatsoever. What? I don't remember how I got here. Did I drive? Oh well, let's start work. Let's just not question it whatsoever. Ah. That is a little bit creepy. That is definitely a little bit creepy. Always watching. Can I? Oh. I can actually go up again? Can I? Ah, is it locked? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Immediately thought I was gonna be able to find some little secret here. Nope. Didn't seem like I was able to go down either. Ooh. Ooh, no, 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 no. This is darker than I thought it would be. Day 1. The Mephisto BLDG? Don't know what that is. Ah, this is... No, 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 no. This is way darker than I thought it would be. Where is the... Answer the intercom. Oh. No, that's a light. Elevator. Oh, abbreviation for building. Ah, okay, makes sense. What's up, Ameripon? Hope you're doing well. Oh. Here we go, okay. Welcome to Mephisto. Your predecessor did not last long, so listen carefully. Your job is to sort our incoming mail and send it to the correct departments. There is a directory down there somewhere. It is a book. Find it and familiarize yourself with it. Call me when you find it. Oh, and clock in every day at the start of your shift. Okay. Find the time clock and clock in. Find the directory, bring the directory to the table. Clock in before... Oh, okay, so I press this when I'm ready for mail, I assume. Is this Jotson's game? It is indeed. Just saw the title? Yeah. I'm very excited. I've been wanting to play this for a long time. Finally managed to sort it out today. Drop or throw? Oh, that's fun. Little interactable objects here. Damn, this shader is actually really nice. Works well with like the... Yeah, it's interesting, like the color kinda disappears first, and then it starts being like basically fading out with the dithering or whatever. I really need to learn shaders, man. Shaders seem really powerful, and it's one of those things that, as a game developer, even though I've been doing it for quite some time now, I've just like completely kinda missed that one. Okay, this is surprisingly fun already, holy shit. I need to clock in, where's the... Can I turn on the fucking lights here, or does that happen when I clock in maybe? Okay. Stop being a game dev? Yeah, I know. I need to try and get out of like the game dev mind when I start playing games. It's actually fucking difficult, man. You start like... I become so much more analytical when I play games. Click and hold. This icon means click and hold down the button until the action is complete. A progress bar will show when the action is done. That's kinda juicy. Achievement, clocked in. Find the directory. Oh. Oh, I think it's fine. Okay. Some toilet paper. Might come in handy. A lot of cameras. Yeah, because you start analyzing where the colliders are, what shader they are using, and how they are triggering events. Yeah, you really do. Like, all those, like, small little details. Like, something I've realized myself that I have started, like, over-analyzing in games as well, is, like, the small nudges they do. Like, you notice the small little things they do to kind of nudge you in the right direction, if that makes sense. Like, when I was playing Little Nightmares, it was one of those things, like, a lot of the time you'll notice that the thing you had to interact with was often, like, in a little bit better lighting than the other stuff around in the scene, and, you know, small things like that. It's... yeah, it's difficult to get out of. This is already a little bit spooky. Ads? No, let's snooze those. Kinda like the beat here, though. Oh, is this it? Grab directory. We have a wrench in there as well. Some machinery here. Okay. Good job. We use a state-of-the-art pneumatic tube system to deliver mail and packages to all of our departments. Validate mail by looking up the recipient in the directory book. Next, all valid mail must be put inside a canister. Then the canister must be put into the tube for the correct floor. Okay, seems straightforward enough. Burn all junk mail in the furnace. We will send down some pneumatic tube canisters for you now. Cheers. Your assistant will bring you some mail when you ring the bell. Okay, okay. Try not to make too many mistakes. Is that... I hope there's not a threat here. Oh, these are numbered as well. Interesting. Is there not like a light switch here? Can I get a bit more light? Oh, is this a... okay, I guess this is a counter of like how many correct and mails I send off, I assume? This looks fucking incredible, man. And yes, I am very much looking just in case I forgot a little light switch. I'm not a huge fan of how dark it is. Just because I'm a little bit of a chicken here. Let me grab the ball though. I want this one. Okay, let's put you here. And then what are we gonna do? We need to check this one, I suppose. E to inspect. Okay. Drop throw. Oh wait, no. These are these just empty? Yeah, empty canister. Okay, okay. So I need to ring this one. Yeah. It literally says ring the bell. Genius. Oh, that's a nice little touch. Like the fact that there's some interactive objects here. Did I get any mail? Oh! Hi! Oh, you are my assistant. Okay. Not creepy at all. Okay. I'm fine. To inspect mail to see the from and to addresses. Use the directory to determine if the mail is deliverable or junk. Burn it if it's junk. Wait, do both need to be correct addresses? I suppose? Hold the mail over a canister until the insert action appears. Then click and hold to insert a mail into a canister for delivery. Thank you. Not weird man at all. That is one big fuse. Okay, so... Is he gone? Thank you. Am I alone here now? Yeah. Bella Ellis. 66 5th Street, Modesto. Wait, is that not where we are right now? My God, have mercy on your soul. First class mail. Tilia Caesar. 326 Stowe Lake Drive. Owen. Postal number WI 55009. Okay. Oh wait, I can flip it as well. Okay, so now, right, now we check this one. Okay, junk mail policy. Burn it. Burn all mail addressed to a department or person that does not exist. Okay. Oh, I get it. Okay. Yeah. I know how things work. Burn all mail that looks like an advertisement. Burn all mail from companies selling their services or goods. I can't open the mail, can I? No. Burn all mail from all government agencies, especially tax collectors and law enforcement. Okay, that's kind of funny. That is kind of funny. Burn all mail from bill collectors and collection agencies. Floor 1, Human Resources. Yariana Camilla, Mina Siminelli, Captain Ashana Ross. On Honey Keely Metron, Captain Nishans Maynard, and Terran Melissas. Opening the mail is illegal, even in hell apparently. It does seem like it. Okay, floor 2 contracts. Bella Ellis, that's the one we had now. Dalian Eckler, Esquire, I think. Maybe. Leighton Adam, Honey Julia Marty, Honey Daichi Spizorko, Conlin Tinonko. Redacted. This page is intentionally left blank. Can I continue flipping? No. Okay, so Bella Ellis does exist. Oh, no, come back here. That's not what I meant to do. And I just did it again. I know how this works, it's fine. It's not like I have the fucking instructions right in front of me and I still mess it up. Miss Blinky, welcome in, how you doing? Furnace, add wood. Oh, is this gonna give me a bit of light? A little bit. Status hot as fuck. And then I assume, this is me checking prematurely, but I assume I just get wood from here. Yeah. How you doing, Miss Blinky? Okay, so this was... Why do I keep throwing it? Stop fucking throwing it. It's not what I meant to do. This is addressed to Bella Ellis, and I assume that the from doesn't matter. I only look up if it's addressed correctly. So in that case, we grab this canister, and then... Oh, these are the different floors. Yeah, okay, I get the numbers now. So we want this to go to the second floor, because Bella Ellis works in contracts. Okay. So this one should go into the second floor. Is that an update? Okay, we did it correctly. I want to play this one myself, so I will leave for a bit to avoid spoilers. No worries, Nymph. No worries at all. Good, now ring the bell again and continue processing mail until your shift ends. Do not call me again. Okay, we have another empty one. Drop. Ah, fuck, I hate him. Why? Why do you do this? Stop just randomly showing up behind me, no. Yeah, you seem completely normal. Thank you. You can piss off now. Okay. I think we have enough toilet paper now. What else did we get here? Oh, I think I accidentally skipped that one. Inspect. Oh, shit. Oh, open. Ah. Oh, more toilet paper. As well as some letter. Bad for my 2-hour nap, what did I miss? What is up, T-Bag? We just signed up for a job as a, like in the mail room of hell basically. And yeah, so far we're learning the ropes. Hope you had a good nap. This is a gift from your human butt from the Modesto Chamber of Commerce. Put it in the toilet room if you want. Management. Okay, let me keep this as a souvenir. Can I send this back? We probably shouldn't. Perfect. Easy peasy. Okay, let's get down to business, people. Let's do some work here. Captain Aiden Silva. Okay. Honey Daiichi. I have no idea what that stands for. I'm just gonna assume that it stands for honey. That's what I'm gonna assume, because I don't know what fucking honey is. Honey Daiichi, 5th Street, Modesto, Spizuoko. That one did exist. I did recognize that one. Right. You were on this floor as well, maybe? Yeah. Daiichi Spizuoku. Honey. Floor 2. Floor 2. Okay. Drop. Double check. That looks fine. That looks fine. So we put this into a canister. We grab it and we send you up to floor number 2. Easy peasy. New. Did I just get more toilet paper? I think you have enough, guys. I think we're fine now. Cheers, though. 666 hours free. Hell online. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that this is considered junk mail here, right? So that means we burn a little fire. Unless I can play this. Can I play this? Probably not. I assume I'm gonna burn this one. Yup. Another one to Honey Daiichi. Ayena Gonzalez. Why does this say look behind you? I definitely heard a noise. Can I burn anything? Can I burn this? Light on fire. Oh. Nice. More poop for the poop god, exactly. Okay, so this looks fine as well then. Because Honey Daiichi definitely exists. But wait. Do I have any canisters? Did I get... Oh, is that what plopped down before maybe? Oh, I do have another canister, perfect. So you go in here, and you also go to the second floor. And that should give me 4. Easy peasy. I keep that one. I like that one. Okay, we have another one of these. Can someone fucking clear this up a little bit? I feel like we have a lot of toilet paper here. I'm trying to be a productive worker here. Look how much cleaner that is. Okay, boom. Oh no. I don't like this guy, man. Do you have to just like randomly show up behind me? Can you not just walk down like a normal person? Creepy ass smile. Thank you. Piss off. Okay, we're gonna open this. We got more mail. What do we have here? Yariana Camilla. Human resources. 5th Street, Modesto, blah blah blah. I think that's fine. Right? I'm fairly certain that one is fine. Human resources, yeah, Rihanna, Camilla, that is correct. So, human resources, that is the first floor, so you go up here. Damn, I'm such a good worker, man. That's not what I meant to do. Never mind, I am not a good worker whatsoever. I just throw shit around. Come on in, introductory offer. Manager at 6. Yeah, so this is obviously gonna be junk mail. Can I? Okay, I need to put that on fire first. Let's put you here for now. Is there anything on the backside though? No. Hello, fragile human being. What is up? Sadiq Speaks. How you doing, man? Confidential. Why is this not in a letter if it's confidential? Something redacted, 5%, 16%. Subject, abnormal behavior. My lab partner is acting very strangely. During last night's session, she... something, and then something for hours. I'm worried for my safety and the safety of the rest of the team. I know you don't care, but what if we are hurt? Then who will complete the work? We are so close to somethingness. Send help immediately. I mean, it is addressed correctly, so I suppose I should send that up, right? Oh, no. Burn all mail address to a department. This was just addressed to human resources. It wasn't addressed to a specific employee, so I think that means we should burn it. Burn all mail that looks like advertisement, companies selling goods, government agencies, bill collectors or collection agencies. Okay. So, human resources, no person. You are considered junk mail. think I need to get a bit more wood here. Might as well grab a few while we're here, I suppose. Burn it. Burn it all. Wait, what? How was those... Which one was not junk mail? The last one I checked definitely must be junk mail. Because it was addressed to an apartment. The other one looked like a band thingy. Ah, yeah, you're right. Burn all mail address to department or person that does not exist. Maybe it would be good if I actually finished reading the fucking sentence. Yeah, no, fair point. Absolutely fair. No, I deserve that one. I did mess that up. I'm not gonna get any, like, consequences from this, right? Nah, we'll be fine. Reading is no fun. How you doing, Strom? Good to see you, man. Alright. I keep forgetting that this bastard is gonna show up behind me. Thank you. Piss off. Okay, okay. I know how this works now. Okay, we have another canister here. Perfect. Let's put you guys over here. Toilet frog canister to second floor. Okay. These ones I'm a little bit iffy about. When, like, these very random ones, like, I guess this is technically junk mail, since it's not addressed. But I'm gonna keep you there for a second. Oh. Why did that scare me? Sure. Oh! Oh! Hi! Hi! Sup? Fuck off! Ooh! Okay. Okay. That one kinda got me, not gonna lie. What happened to my toad? Oh, there we go. Ooh, okay. Okay, I'm fine. Oh, I have candles now. Oh, thank you, that's kinda cozy, actually. I don't mind those. Oh, this is the, that is the frog one, so I assume I'm gonna put you in here. And then 2, so I assume we want to ship you up here. Is that gonna, does that count as correct now? Yeah, nice. Mailed a frog, that was an achievement.
Cheers.
Cheers out. Would you prefer 3 layers, 4 layers, or frog? I mean, frog is pretty good. Now, what happened to Shroud of Gloom? The color palette is all ruined. Yeah, it definitely has a few more colors. I mean, it is a very limited color palette though, isn't it? At least for like the base colors. But the palette is quite nice. I think this game looks fucking sick, man. Also, should we do a little shout out here as well? For anyone that doesn't know, this is the game made by Jotson, yet another game developer on Twitch. Make sure to check him out if you haven't. Okay, so can I burn this then? I assume I can. I'm gonna save those as little souvenirs. That's what I'm gonna do. What else do we have? Mina Simonelli. Contracts. I think that is fine. I think I recognize that name, right? Mina Simonelli. Oh. Trying to be a bit cheeky here. Mina works in human resources, not in contracts. So I'm gonna assume that that means that is junk mail, right? Like, the person exists, but it's the wrong department. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that that counts as junk mail. Or do I need to... It could also be that I need to put it in the correct one still. No. If you can't address it correctly, then it's your fuck up. Then it goes into junk mail. That's how I'm gonna do it. Bella Ellis contracts. We've had a breakthrough. We found a method for something for up to 3 days longer than something. We're not used as they affect something. The subject's responses something. Our next report will include something and removal. Okay. Bella Ellis contracts. I think that is correct. Bella Ellis contracts, yeah. That's the first one we ever shipped anything to. Let's see, contracts is the second floor, so you go up here. Boom. That should be right, yeah. Or can you set the toilet paper on fire and send it up? Probably. Jeziel Lingon. Pardeep Graham. Sanitation. That is not correct. Because we don't even have that floor. So I assume that is junk mail as well. Ooh, another canister. Didn't I get more wood? I did. Never has mail been discarded with such determination. Yeah, let's just see what happens. I think we're fine. That sounded good. And that sounded good as well. Look at that. You know what? We might have done one little fuck up, but overall I think we're doing fine. Sup? Damn, you have a whole box for me now. Laboratory open immediately. Okay. Burn the book. It says burn it all. That is kind of true. Do I even need this? I feel like I can remember this, right? Oh shit, we have another frog. Zup, man? Do you wanna be my homie? We can chill here for a bit. Process the frog and send its parts to the lab. Hi. What? Okay. Uh-huh. What is this? I'll bring you one tomorrow. Clock out and go home. So why am I not... Oh wait, was that... No, but you told me to process the frog and send its parts to the lab. Well, I don't know what the lab is. Okay, fuck it. I guess we clock out. Finished day 1. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the mail room demo. That was day 1 in the mail room. I hope you enjoyed it. There's a lot more to come, including more mail, sorting puzzles, crafting diabolical recipes for the upper floors, more stairs and mystery that explains what this building is for. Can you escape with your soul intact? Please help us out by wishlisting and telling your friends about the mailroom so they can join us here in Modesto. Let's fucking go. Oh, how do I do this? How do I make this open in the Steam overlay? That is something I need to look into. That is definitely something I need to look into. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the link for the game. Make sure to check it out, support our fellow developers as always. Big shout out again to Jotson who made this demo, looks fucking sick. And you know what, I did get proper scared by that one guy. He fucking, I mean, the other guy creeped me out a lot. And the first time I did get kinda jump scared as well. But yeah, fucking amazing job, man. Really, really cool stuff. And I made sure to leave a review as well. But I do actually need to get out of here. I think Jotson might even be on at this very moment, so let's see if it is, and if so, that's where we're gonna head on over. The game looks amazing, it really does. Art style is really nice, the ambience felt really good. Definitely were some scary moments in there. I'm intrigued. He is on, let's go. What's up, Seastron? Hope you're doing well, man. Jotson is indeed on at this very moment, so let's head on over to him and say hello, congratulate him on the demo. Let's make sure, should we do a little custom raid message today? Everyone just throw amazing demo man into the chat. Copy paste that, throw it into his chat. Let's congratulate him on this really, really good job. The game looks fucking amazing. Doing good, nice to hear, man. Cheers, Grievance. Of course, if you haven't, made sure to go and check out my demo as well, out right now. The Shroud of Gloom demo. Play it, leave a review, all of that good stuff. If you want to connect more with the community, make sure to join the Discord as well. But like I said, that will be it for me today. So we're gonna head on over to Jotson and say hello. Throw that amazing demo man into the chat, and I will see you guys on Wednesday. And yeah, until then, have a great one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers.